of a bitch. Okay. Well, I do believe we are live. Greetings, adventurers, and welcome to another stream of me working on Heresy until I get some kind of cranial condition. Wonderful way to start stream. I haven't even fucking sent out the notice yet. Fucking less than a minute in. Haven't even fucking booted the game yet. Alrighty. Get everything set up. Make sure my audio is grabbing from the right source. Stream room. Boot the game. Pray to God it doesn't die instantly. Alright. So, when we last left off, give me just a sec to crack open my...
Hello.
Oh, howdy. Literally just started stream, like 2 minutes ago.
I know, I got the notification while I was talking to my mom.
Fair enough.
Just adult shit.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, speaking of adult shit, so I just got back from the eye doctors.
Oh boy.
And hold on a second, let me go ahead and turn on the setup text. And there is a possibility that there might or might not be something wrong with my eyes, other than, you know, the glasses.
Understandable. I'll be
4
right
to
back.
6 weeks to wait. But, it's not like I'm driving anyways. If I remember correctly, hold on a second, some long ass fucking name. Hold on. It's pseudo-papilledema. Papilledema. Optic disc edema caused by raised intracranial pressure. Elevated appearance to the nerve head without edema of the nerve fiber layer. I still need to read the fucking paper about it, but essentially the optic nerve is slightly raised. They're not entirely sure. Bilateral, which means both sides. Both eyes are fucked. However, my prescription is definitely updated. I can barely see out my left eye without my glasses. When they were testing me, I had to read like the second largest text line on my left eye. It was just that bad. But yeah, nah. Enough of that though. On to Minecraft, which I'm not gonna worry about that. That is a 4 to 6 weeks from now tired problem. Whenever I go in and they scan my eye with a different machine and then the other 2, 3 machines they scanned me with today. Future me problem. Alright. Yep. So, when we last left off, I had established some relative foothold inside of this ravine. I established steel processing. I have a tiny little farm over here that I'm actually not really using for food because I have a ton of cooked pork chops. And I started work on blood magic. So, blood magic. I love the mod. But I'm gonna fucking say it right now. Jesus Christ, building the altar is a pain in the ass. Each blank rune requires 2 blank slates, which each require a bucket each of vitality. And, like maybe 10, 15 seconds of waiting. Oh, no. There. That's just for one of them. So you need to do that twice per blank rune. Plus you need like 8 smelted stone per rune. It's just annoying. I ended up also off stream. I made a couple of hydrangeas. They're already evaporated. and tossed in a couple of black lotuses into this mana pool so I could make a mana tablet and an assembly halo. The assembly halo is a portable crafting table, and I love it. It means I don't have to keep running up and down the side of the altar in order to get to the crafting table. Now, I could bring the crafting table right next to me, but I could also quick set recipes on the assembly halo, and that saves me a lot of time. That being said, I filled out the ring of the tier 3 altars, so now we're at tier 3. Tier 4 is when things get scuffed, because tier 4 requires, if I could, okay, it doesn't render whenever I zoom in, requires bloodstone bricks, and bloodstone requires weak blood shards, and now these don't have a crafting recipe as, hold on, let me find one. Like, I'm left clicking and nothing's showing up. The way that you get these, and this is different in future versions of Blood Magic, but in 1.12.2 Blood Magic, the way that you get them is by killing things with a bound sentient blade. Yeah, the bound blade. Now, the problem with that is that in order to make the binding reagent, you need 400 will. This crystal can hold 134.81. This soul pendant can hold, okay, this currently has 134. I think it can hold like 250. The pendant can hold a similar amount. I need a common gem, which requires 240. So I need to go kill shit. That's the problem. I need to go kill shit. Let me go ahead and open up chat on my iPad.
Which I assume makes the whole making it so you can silk touch mob spawners really useful.
Oh yeah, no. Silk touch, okay, making mob spawners able to be picked up with silk touch is a thing that benefits several mods in this pack. The problem is that by benefiting them, it might trivialize them. I still need to, like, figure that out. But anyways...
You still need to find 4 mob spawners.
Okay. For Blood Magic, any mob spawner will do. Any number, any one. You just need one. Now, for Abyssal Craft, this is when things start getting a little jank. Because Abyssal Craft, you need shadow monsters. Shadow monsters, shadow beasts, and shadow creatures. Any of the 3. Because they drop shadow pearl fragments, or shadow gem fragments. 4 tiny shards make a fragment, 4 fragments make a singular gem. Some of them will drop the shards, some of them drop the fragments, and the highest tier ones will drop the whole gem. Once you get enough gems, you can make a rending staff, so it's a little bit easier in order to collect the gems, but still, regardless, pain. Anyways, shadow beasts do not like you. They do not play nice.
No.
Which, you know, it's kind of like unfair to assume that any kind of creature that knows that you're about to kill it would play nice, but shadow beasts just don't play nice about it in a particular way, and that way is trying to find a not weird manifesting large volumes of shadow goop in your generalized direction. It is exactly as viscerally painful as it would sound. Oh yeah, by the way, between streams when I was working on this, I had to go get more cobblestone and I broke my diamond pickaxe, so sag. In general, I just need more diamonds. And I'm trying to think of a way to do that. I could use Mark of the Falling Tower, which, summons an asteroid laden with metals from space. The problem is that Mark of the Falling Tower has a very, very large crash zone. And while I could do the cheese of putting a single block of obsidian high up in the sky and stopping it there, it's also just a pain in the ass and it requires a lot of vitality to run. Hold on a sec, let me grab the book, because I can show exactly how much vitality it takes to run that ritual. And it depends on what tier of it you're doing and what metals you want, because it's customizable. Ritual Master, where is it? Mark of the Falling Tower. Here it is. One of the most powerful rituals in the game, costs 1 million vitality to activate, can only be used once before needing to be reactivated. Once specific sacrifices are made, pulls a meteor from space and causes it to plummet to the ground, causing a large explosion once it hits something solid. Because these meteors are not of the overworld, they can hold a rich ore density never seen anywhere else. Sacrifices include iron, gold, or diamond blocks, which can be further customized by the Modpack. Now, I don't know what stuff the Mark of the Falling Tower can call down in this version. And that's before I start configuring things, because some mods have native... okay, Red Stefan. Some mods have native support for blood magic in the Mark of the Falling Tower. The problem is I don't know which ones, and I don't know what they add. So quite honestly, it's kind of a crapshoot. Now, what I could do is spend several whiles running just the Mark of the Falling Tower over and over again, which, again, requires 1,000,000 vitality per cast, plus the ritual stones, which are... actually, no, not that annoying. Well, nope, never mind. I have the imperfect ones. I need the normal ones. Where is the Master Ritual Stone? There it is. You know, Ritual Stones require 4 reinforced slate each, plus 4 obsidian, plus a tier 2 or above orb. The Master Ritual Stone requires a tier 3 or above, which I have. I have a tier 3. It's in here. Problem is I just need to build up enough vitality in the network, and I currently have 118,000, which, you know, that's not bad. That's nothing to scoff at. But when you require 1,000,000 vitality in the network, yeah, you start scoffing at it. Plus, it requires 2,000 vitality. Sorry, no, it requires 8,000 vitality per ritual stone. And that's not even counting the vitality that you need to spend in order to get the inscription tools and the ritual diviners, and just in general, it's a lot. Actually, no, it requires 12,000 vitality. Sorry, my bad. I forgot that it takes 3,000, not 2,000, in order to upgrade a slate. You need 4 of them per stone. I think it makes... how many does it make? 4. Okay, so... so each stone is essentially made of 1 reinforced slate and 1 obsidian, which kind of evens out, but also... the second problem, or actually, I don't know how many problems deep we are. The nth problem is finding a place to fucking put it. Because, as the book mentions, large explosion. Now, it's actually not that big of an explosion, like, compared to the shit that, like, a malfunctioning draconic reactor would create, but that's one of the biggest explosions that I can think of in my head, other than, like, the stupid fucking TNT mods from back in the day. But, like, it's still a decent boom. And while it might not do as much collateral damage if I do the funny obsidian and the air trick, that's still a lot. Plus, it requires me to manually mine out the entire fucking meteor. Unless I, like... I could fucking stick a bunch of golems on it, but I don't really know how advanced their mining is. I mean, I could take a bunch of arcane tunnel bores, but that's a mid-game Thaumcraft. I'll think of ways that I can automate this. And I could run an Oblivion Death Bomb, but I don't think that gives you back the resources. Plus, running an Oblivion Death Bomb means it summons Sock off the Harbinger of Doom. So, you know, let's not do that, actually. You know, having I won't say encyclopedic knowledge, but it definitely a more functional than neurotypically standard volume of knowledge of these mods, really makes it so whenever I start talking nonsense like that, and I know what I'm talking about and no one else does, I sound a little bit... oh, piss. I almost fell in a hole. I sound a little bit strange. Yeah. Okay, we're good. What am I doing? Right, I wanted to grab the Vs crystals. Where are they? Ow. No, no. Premature ow, didn't actually fall that far. But yeah, nah. Oh, they're over there. That's gonna be annoying. Maybe. Question mark? No, not really, actually. I could just go over here and then... alright. Get over here, you little shit. Yeah, I finally grabbed a bunch of ace crystals. I actually did it on accident. With like, I was all in this mode for like maybe a hour or so this morning before I went to the eye doctor, and I was like, fuck it, I'm doing a little bit of progress. Ooh, that's a hole in the ground. Do a tiny little bit of progress, you know, just make sure that no one has to fucking suffer through blood magic to the same extent that I do. Completely forgetting that this is going to be a publicly released pack, so people are gonna have to suffer through blood magic to the same extent I do. Anyways, though, the way that I operate, I don't really know if people will suffer through blood magic the same way I do. Why am I down here? I don't need to be down here. Oh, actually, I kind of do need to be down here, actually. Ooh, yep. Okay, we're good. Oh, you're fucking with me. God damn it. Fine, I'll go over here. Jackass. There's... Wait, who am I calling a jackass? That was entirely a skill issue on my part. I was failing the parkour. What am I talking about? Anyways, right, I need a cobblestone. Ugh. How many torches do I have? 21. That'll be fine enough. Alright, I'm putting the assembly halo in my backpack because I hate having the fucking flickering of it turning on and off. Alright. Find a spot that won't be like 50% andesite. Lovely. Mine that way? And there was granite. And now my pickaxe is dead and that fell in a hole. Okay. Well, I got a stack and a half. Who pinged me? Was it my mother? No, it was nothing. It was me hearing things. Yay. Alright. Alright. Yeah, 2.5 stacks of cobblestone should hopefully tide me over for a while. Possibly. And then I gotta put that away. I really actually have just gotta fucking invest into getting a better smelter. I have a bunch of things that I could throw in for the whatchamacallit. The goddamn... What's the next tier of this? It's intermedium, supremium. Is there any higher tier than that? Wait, no. It's not supremium, it's superium. Okay. Superium is thatch. Okay, that's a bunch of charms that I really do not give enough of a shit about. Flex, abyssinite, void metal, elementium, granite, constantin, electrum, amber, nickel, steel, enderman. Okay, I'm bumping down the amber seeds because they really don't need to be tier 4, but oh well. Oh, no, amber's a good source of inoculum, so yeah, no, they'll stay as they are. Yeah, no, I need the furnace. Okay. Probably not going to have enough in order to do what I want, but eh. Put that there. There. There we go. And then that's not going to make enough because it's only going to make 4 superium. Okay. Well, eh. Back to the drawing board. Oh, it's late. Okay. I mean... I mean, I could just go to hell. Not for any theological purposes. It's just reasons, just for materials. Do need more iron, too. What tier is iron seeds? Okay, it's tier 3. So I can make that. requires me to turn that back into that, and then that into that, and then that into that. Okay. Then grab the seeds. Alright. Make that. That. And that. And that. And that. There we go. Two pickaxes, and then I'll go ahead and put the iron seeds over by the rest of my plants. Okay. There's... I put the iron seeds away. Great job, Tired. What do I really need from here? I don't need that. Did anything fall down there? No. Okay, we're good. We're grooving. Another wart's fine. Okay. Iron seeds go there. Grab the pumpkin and the melon. I really should be growing nature essence as well, but eh. Alright, beetroot is... In order to make plant oil, what's the most effective? I need potatoes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4... Fucking everything requires wheat, and then I'll put down 2 carrots and 2 beetroot, I guess. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. I really need to not fucking jump as I run over there. That's the clip your head on a goddamn power line area. I really should move that up, actually, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I do not care enough. Right, there's a bunch of stone. I'll go ahead and bring that up to the blood magic area once that's all complete. There's a bunch of iron dust up there, too, that I need to grab. Yep, there that is. Okay. There that is. There it is. Words are hard. Right. I forgot to put the stone up there. And the rest of the various doohickeys and whatchamacallits. I need that on my person, actually. And I probably actually keep the soul snares, too, because those will also give them the soul stratification effect, and that should give them a higher chance to drop more will or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. I'm actually not entirely sure if that's how that works, but we'll find out together. Or I'll find out and you'll see it happen, I guess. Streaming is weird. Anyways, right. Diamonds first, because I need better armor. I actually really want the sentient armor, but that requires 240 plus another lesser gem, which requires more diamonds. Yeah, so that's a no. Put that away, that away. Don't need that. I have the holding reagent, so I can remove that. Yeah, the blood lamp reagent is probably the next one I want to go for. That requires 300, and I have 134. I could turn these 2 hollow hills into some stuff. You know what? Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. Okay. In the previous world that I tested all of Bewitchment and Thaumcraft on, I had a massive mob spawner, like a massive mob farm, and I set that up right before I killed the world, and now I'm so used to like running over there and grabbing zombies, and it's just no, that's not a thing anymore, and it makes me sad. Alrighty, those hollow hills? No, those are just weird bumps in the ground. You get an eye for what they look like eventually. Oh, you know, I explored the entire desert. Yes, last stream, and not a single goddamn Crimson Cult portal. I found 2 desert temples and 2 AE meteors and a singular Crimson Right circle, but can't activate that until I scan a Void Pearl, and that's just annoying. Or is it a Flux Rift, the Crimson Cola, or something? I don't know. It's one of the three, and quite honestly, all three of them suck. So, meh. Don't care. Right. I need to go southwest. Almost just went southeast, or northwest instead. Whoops. Alright. Onwards to the Hollow Hills, so I can turn those into mob farms. I don't have Silk Touch. Fuck. Back to the house, where I will make an enchanting table, and pray to God. Pain. Where do I even want to fucking put the enchanting table? I might just... might move my bed somewhere, or... No, because that's the portal room over there, and I need that for Gateway of the Fold. I need that for the Abyssal Wasteland. No, I really don't need to go to the... No, I do need to go to the Abyssal Wasteland, because I need to check how hard that fucking tier scales. The answer is abysmally. But... it is... it's gonna suck. Going to the Abyssal Wasteland is going to suck. It's like post-diamond armor levels of dear God, please help me. I think like Corellium armor might honestly be like your first bet, and like that shit's not cheap, man. Hold on, let me check that. Corellium Pearl. How do you get refined Corellium? Nope, that requires you just straight up going to the dimension. Okay. Corellium gems? Nope. I mean, I could make a tier... Ooh, hold on a second. How much... No, I don't have enough intermedium. Fuck. Well... 1, 2, 3... I'm one short. I'm not one short. I might actually have... No, I am one short. Damn it to hell. Because I need... In order to make the tier of seeds, I need... the... Nope, not what I wanted. Base crafting seeds. Then... Tier 1 seed. That's only going to be enough to put it to tier 2. Then tier 3. And then I'm one short of making the Corellium, which means I need 8? No, I need 16 Inferium, which I could find in a random cave around here, but I also need to make the growth accelerators in order to actually make them worth it, and it's just gross. Alright, do I have any water? Yes, I do. Good. Okay. If I make the sigil of the blood lamp, then I can forgo having to deal with torches as long as I keep my vitality stocked up, which is great. That's amazing. I also need to check how many blood lamps the server can handle before it starts to get crispy. Yes, crispy is the way that I would describe that. Which means I still need to set up that mob farm in order to get vitality, or demon will, in order to make the gem, and then... Well, no, that's a bunch of bullshit. Alright. South, that's northeast, that's southeast, that's southwest, got it. So, we're going back on track to the Hollow Hills, turning them into mob spawners. Wait, no, I was gonna make a Silk Touch pickaxe, that's what I was doing. Quality content. Right. I need 2 diamonds. How much obsidian? Well, I think I have enough. Books. I do not have enough books. I remembered how to make an enchanting table. Yippee. Also got a bunch more wood. If we step outside for just a minute, I will show you the nucleus of wood. The fucking nearly 2 chunks of trees I planted. It's just a dense wall of oak trees there. Alright, that is... I think you need something like 15 bookshelves, question mark? Which means we're robbing a motherfucker. I'm not sure if there's any motherfuckers left to rob, quite honestly. Well, there might be, but not that many. I might set up some kind of, like, nether highway just to get between... No, because I could just teleport. I don't really care enough. I mean... Yeah, I really should stop teleporting, because, like... Yeah, it's quick and easy, but it also causes Stormcraft to have a fit in the logs about loading and unloading chunk auras and whatever the shit. I don't care. My computer can handle it. It depends how long my save can handle it, but honestly, meh. I delete saves quick enough that it doesn't matter. No, it does matter for people who aren't gonna do that, and normal people don't do that, so we probably should not be giving the aura a goddamn heart attack every single time I move in and out of an area. Okay, it's not nearly as bad as I say, right? Oh, yeah, teleporting sometimes says that you move wrongly, but eh. Also, the fucking threaded anvil chunk storage. I need to find a way to find an optimizer for that, because that shit's just bad. No library houses. Yeah, no, it's a bunch of tiny houses. That right there is... I'm trying to think of a state. No, I'm not gonna generalize. Alright. Right, you know, the guy in the pit there. Where is the nearest... Is there one? There's one. Maybe. Pop up here. Do I have my game fucking muted? No, it's just really low. What the shit? Alright, well. That's fixed. Question mark. Yeah. Let me up. Alright, have I already robbed this motherfucker? Yes, I have. Shit. Alright. Oh, well, yeah, no, that's where my first books came from. Okay. Lovely. Are there any other villages? Literally any. No. I'm going to sob uncontrollably now. I mean, I could possibly go really far east. You know, because the river near my house, that actually goes all the way out to the swamp ocean. There's a fair number of swamp oceans. There's a massive inland sea here. It's really cool. Don't know why, but there is. There's a massive river lake here. Another lake here. Honestly, there's a fair number of just fairly large lakes. Okay, no, there's really only 2. There's that one. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a bay. That's also a bay and a river system. 5? Question mark? I don't know. Anyways, we need to go far east. Okay, so let's head home. Or rather up to the blood magic, because that's on the surface. Right. Pop all this away. And grab a boat. Maybe that. Put that there. Alright, we need to go east. So let's round about here. If we go in the wrong direction, Wait, no, I need to go around here. That's why I was going over here. Yeah, so we go east. That'll take us to the river that should cut through the Dark Oak Forest. Might have to dismount and cross that tiny little, like, sediment bridge. But if we follow this river, then that should get us to the... Oh, yeah, no, actually, I don't have to cross the sediment bridge. There's just a tiny little sliver that I can possibly squeeze through, question mark, hopefully. Yeah, if I obliterate all the lily pads. We go straight east, that should take us back towards spawn, really. Because I'm not... Well, I'm not that far from spawn, but I am a decent ways away from it. The Corellium Swamp doesn't fill me with confidence about literally anything. Yeah, as you can see, I haven't really properly explored it. There's a bunch of seeds that I tossed out at some point. A bunch of anti-chickens. You know, because I forgot that I disabled a bunch of fucking horrible bullshit. No, I'm not turning on easy mode in this swamp. Actually, I would die alarmingly quick. Oh, not alarmingly quick, but as soon as night fell, then yes, alarmingly quick. The ghouls. The horrible, horrible... Well, not crawling in this version, but crawling... The horrible zombies with their chests torn open. Like, the ghouls. Alright, if I go south now, then that should... I need to round around the edge of this. I am obliterating lily pads. Right. Doesn't look like there's much here, but we're gonna get off on this shore here, and then... explore outwards. Really shouldn't be using my good sword for this, but eh, shrug. Right. Are there any villages? There's a Campion's house. Not what I need. Right. Well, I guess we just gotta keep working our way eastward. Oh yeah, no, there's a village right there. Fuck yes. Right, so I'm here to rob everyone blind, specifically for books, but just in general, kind of. Then... it doesn't have any books. I was thinking, maybe rob the Campion? No, there's nothing there. You know, I was thinking, for the Abyssocraft visual overhaul, I was thinking about the demon animals, right? Like, I was thinking about this yesterday, and then thinking about it again just now. One of the things that I wanted to do was either... Well, quite honestly, I wanted to remove them at first, right? But then I thought, you know, like, the concept of a sheep just walking straight at you, making direct eye contact, that's fucky, right? Like, that's awful. I was like, okay, alright, that's preserving the vibes that I'd want. I'll let that stay. The only problem is that once you kill the sheep, then it's a demon animal, and that's literally just a red sheep, okay? That's boring as shit. Okay, what do I do then? Do I pull a fucking cringe-ass horror mod and have the thing, like, literally crawl out of the sheep's skin? I was like, okay, I could do that. It would be hell to animate and code, but... Plus, it has to be a fucking resource pack, or I'd have to rejig the entire AI of the fucking mob, which I really don't want to have to do, but, eh. There's... Could just change the texture in the model of the demon sheep, which I honestly might just do instead, like, instead of, like, anything particularly complex or anything like that. It's just, anything that I'd want here. There's some V's crystals over here that I could grab, but they're underground. The sunflowers are having issues here too. Where are those V's crystals? Are they over here? No? Okay, they're gone. Okay, well, I'm just gonna pretend like that isn't my problem, because it isn't my problem, so I'm not actually pretending. It just isn't. I could change it so that instead of just spawning a distinct, like, demon animal, it just spawns a normal demon from Bewitchment, which would be neat. The problem is that demons are really fucking overpowered in Bewitchment. There's a reason why you only run into them whenever you do rituals, so... maybe a fetter worm? But... I really don't like that implies. Well, I mean... perfect demon snake coiled up inside of a random livestock is also pretty bad. Essentially my problem is that I'm trying to find a way to make them better. I don't really know how I'm gonna do that is the thing, and that's the problem. You know, I was over here. Yeah, so spawn was like right around here. Like, this is spawn. It's relatively unremarkable. There's not much here. There's literally fucking nothing here. Do need to kill the horses though, so we can get the leather for the books. And I have looting, so... what the shit was that? Why did my game lag? God, I wish I had a fucking second over there. Alright, that should be enough leather for now. It'll make 13 books once I get the right amount of sugarcane, which in of itself is a fucking can of worms. Don't need to grab Spanish moss because there's a swamp closer to home. That's forest. We came from the southwest. Could try to make a loop here, but I have a feeling it's just going to continue the swampland. So, we're going to work our way north towards the forest hills and see what happens there. There's a mine shaft somewhere directly underneath me, because I just heard that. I just heard the fucking... well, I didn't hear it, but I saw the caption for the minecart rolling. Okay, all 4 legs. Okay, 3 legs. Sometimes whenever you kill the lizards and toads from Bewitchment, they'll drop more than 4 legs and you start questioning their physiology.
Oh, that's actually surprisingly common.
Oh. What, they just have more than 4 legs sometimes?
Yes.
Shh. Oh, they're lizards. They do
Nature's
weird shit
lucky.
all... yeah. Like, there's some lizards that can literally clone themselves. The lizard having more than 4 legs is strange, but I understand how it could be not that unusual.
Yep. Here's the thing. It's still unusual. It's just the thing is that unusual for a lizard, for a tiny little lizard that has billions around the world. Sorry, millions within a small area. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're just going to start running into, like, density and, like, statistics.
This is, by the way, this is a law known as the law of arbitrarily large numbers.
There we go. That's the phrase I was looking for. Like, once you start counting large enough volumes of bullshit, eventually some strange things are going to crop up more than one time.
More than you think they should. It's less of an issue of it quote unquote becomes more common, and is more of an issue of the human brain cannot understand statistics.
Statistics was not meant to be studied by man.
Yeah.
What's that fucking Germa quote whenever he was playing Ultra Kill? It was like, the human brain is not meant to comprehend this. It's that.
Yeah. No, so it's a combination of the human brain not being able to understand statistics, and the human brain not being able to understand arbitrarily large numbers.
Eh. The fucking Xena line of like, there's nothing as like horrors beyond comprehension. With enough time, resources, and effort, anyone can understand anything. So you're saying not understanding all of reality is a skill issue? Exactly. That's another goddamn AE2 meteor. These fuckers, okay. Noting this down, turn down spawn rate of H. Okay, applied energistics, turn down meteor spawn rate. Compass is fucking useless. Lamau. Pardon. Anyway, proper dev who takes proper notes. I swear to God. Alright, okay, well, it looks like the best bet for planes is gonna be to the south. Which, ugh, fine. That goes there. That goes there. Alright. Grapple dash. Salt. Amber. Lizard leg. Inferium, which I'm slowly amassing. The iron armor, which I do not care about because I already have iron armor. That needs to go up with the blood magic. That goes over there. Alright. There we go. And that goes there. Do I have any more paper in here? No. Do I have any more leather? Yes. Alright. It'll make... Okay. 12 more bookshelves. I need... That should be enough, I think. Hold on. It's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so it should be 15. So I have 17, so that should be fine. Why do I still have the obsidian on my person? I almost just fell to my death. I need to add a trapdoor to that. Another trapdoor? No. Anyways. I was gonna put it over here. Right. No, I can't. There. Oh, that punched through my wall. Okay, well... Can I add a window here, actually? That'd be nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then... Yep. Not where I want that. Put that there. Did it again, god damn it. Alright. Oh. Alright, we are slightly expanding the tiny little bridge on the side of the house to be slightly less of a tiny, tiny bridge. Alright. There we go. And actually gonna just fill this in too. While I'm at it. There we go. And that should lead to the portal room much cleaner. And I'll put the dirt there. Granite and the stairs there. I do not care that it is a fucking hodgepodge of various materials. It works fine. I do not care. Alright, my bed is now floating. Suboptimal. Suboptimal. Random lava puddles also just there. Woo! Why did I stand on top of that when I mined that? Give me that. That there. Those there. Bauxite. Put the lava out of my hotbar so I don't accidentally place that. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then I can put another window right here. Actually, I don't like that one. Let's do that instead. Yeah, and then I'll do... There we go. It's a little jank, but you know what? It's fine. It's home. Gold can go away. Amber can go away. Oh, the lava is just gonna go here. Just gonna put that there. It is a future me problem now. Funny as shit to just jump through the wall there. Alright. Yeah, and I'm not too upset about making too many glass panes because I need them for things later anyways. Alright, the door can go there. Alright. Alright. Mine out the floor just a little bit for aesthetic cohesion. Not where I want that. There we go. I don't know if that's maxed here, but, fucking with it anyways. I'm just gonna put that over there for now, because I need to turn that into the, Thaumonomicon eventually. Alright, that's emptied. That goes there. Okay, we're back up to having a normal amount of iron. Put the books away. Oh yeah, no, the torches, I need those. And there we go. That one should cover that, and then... Could do some modern housing bullshit and put like a cobblestone wall divider there, but quite frankly, I don't care enough. When did I make 2 boats? I'm about to be mad at myself. Why did I make 2 boats? Where did the second boat come from? Alright, well, we're getting better, you know? The place isn't looking, well, it's kind of looking shitty, but, like, it's looking slightly less shitty. Like, if I had like, some kind of roof or, like, a second accent color that isn't just cobblestone in a singular block of andesite, which is gonna bother me forever. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. Melon jump scare, Jesus Christ. I was looking dead at the pumpkin and then the melon grew. Alright, right. There's the base. Okay. I have 39 levels, and I haven't died once, which is quite frankly impressive for me specifically. Alright. Look at the sea. What the shit is iron wall? Reduces the amount of knockback applied when hit by an attack. Okay, that's interesting. Sharpness is nice. Knockback, power, efficiency. Efficiency I'll take, I guess. Feather falling, okay. Boots, feather falling, because I do constantly fall down everywhere. Sharpness. Iron wall, I guess I'll put on my chest plate. These are all kind of burner enchants, so I don't really care. Efficiency, minorly upgraded armor. Right. Right, you know, I wanted to make a goddamn mob farm. I grabbed the wrong bucket. Alright. Need to put iron ore through the doohickey again. I need to make more of it as well. Right, that'll run, and then I'll put that there for future doohickeying. Southwest? Yes. Okay, I'm setting a temporary waypoint so that I don't start running in the wrong direction. I never got silk touch. Fuck. How much damage did it do? 9.5. That's not bad. Plus, I don't even have nearly as much demon will in my system as I possibly could. So this sword can get even better than that. It's no Dradium Katana, but the Dradium Katana looks like shit. So, in terms of aesthetics, I'm winning. Alright, here we are. Oh, I remember the situation for this. I went to go here and I didn't have a pickaxe, so I had to go home and then I completely fucking forgot. Alright. So, grab torches because we're not interacting with this properly. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna light the place up. Then I'm gonna anything that isn't nailed down. I'll take the chest. I shouldn't remove that specifically. Alright, I don't need the stairs ringing that. Don't need that. Don't need these. Me do a thing right quick, because what I can do is punch out the corners, then grab it with the small tunnel mining tool. The only annoying part is going to be that it is in all one coherent block. There's a bunch of mossy cobblestone between it. So, quite honestly, it's not that useful. Be a little bit, nah, not really. Now, if I were to replace all the mossy cobblestone beforehand, might work. Alrighty. Where's that? The stairs can get vein mined because I don't need them. Alrighty. You know, wait, no, it was the side stairs that I didn't vein mine. Yippee. The efficiency pickaxe isn't being very efficient with its durability. What does efficiency even do, honestly? I forget. Is it like it mines quicker? Cringe. Ah, fuck. I fucked up the wall. God damn it. Well, I needed to bring this wall closer in anyway, so shrug. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. Alright. Alright. Random bullshit can go in there. Construction materials can go in here. My last pickaxe goes here. My last nerve is unaccounted for. Occasionally I'm funny. Alright, those being in opposite corners really makes this just gross. Okay. Well, what if I were to do this? That, okay. Well, I actually need to make an infinite water source first, so that's gonna go over here. Do that, then get rid of this ladder in particular. Then grab that, and then not the one I wanted. Alright, that does that. That pushes them all into this central block here. Great, lovely. Alright, now I just gotta prevent them from coming from anywhere else. Yep, that'll be fine. And then... Alright. This side needs to be all lit up. That way they don't spawn over here. Alright. Then... If I... go down here... This is our kill chamber. I need to stop that for a sec. This is a relatively quick and dirty conversion, but it works fine, so I'm not gonna complain. Give me the salt. Alright, I need a slab. There we go. Alright, and then... There we go, now I just gotta remove all the torches from topside, and we're done! Yeah, let's set a waypoint down here, but... Why did I do that? Oh, now I gotta fucking... replace all that. Is that really worth it? I just wanted to fucking... Actually, no, it might have kind of was worth it, because I needed to punch this out, but... Yeah, also not really. I just hate the texture of gravel. Okay. Here... Zoom in. Create waypoint. Zombie farm. Alright. Now I just need to get back up to the surface. Which shouldn't be that hard, because I can just pop through here. Grab the two ladders here. Honestly, you know what I might be able to do is... do this, and then... No, that's gonna let light in through. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. It'll be nice, but no, I can't. Only there was like an opaque door that didn't let light through. Me. Oh wait, yeah, no, there's... Oh, wait a minute, that might be why there's light coming through. Me. Block that up. Yeah, no, never mind, the door will let it through. And I don't think it's gonna be a deal breaker, honestly, like... Alright, now I can turn back to easy mode and reap the rewards of my suffering. Move that back, then it might, yeah, it might improve the spawn rates. Having skeletons in the farm is gonna be real fucking annoying though, because they'll try to shoot me through the floor. Zombies are fine. They don't try to swim up. Right, I forgot the zombies will try to swarm you if you attack them thing. Which means that the ones in the caves will Come after me. Actually... Whenever I made the giant, really stupid farm in my previous world, what I did was I lit up all the caves around it. Didn't do that here. Might be regretting it. I mean... Hold on, are they getting stuck somewhere? Are they up here? What? Where am I looking? Maybe it's just... Okay, skeleton fighting. Alright. This thing is just not collecting even well. Okay. It is entirely useless unless you are holding it in your inventory. What is the point of making it a bauble then? What, so you can like put it in your pocket whenever it's full or something like that? But it doesn't count towards demon well whenever it's like that either, so... Stupid. Alright, well... If I do this, it'll just act as like a buffer, I guess. Alrighty. I gotta fucking wait for this dipshit over here to not swim up. Okay. God, once I get around to osmotic enchanting, this is gonna be even better. Because this is just from... Yeah, because that's got 256 in it, so... 64, 256, 1024, 496... 16,000. Okay, so it does show me the maximum capacities. Oh no, oh god, I just processed, the Mark of the Falling Tower requires an entire tier 4 vitality network to be filled to the brim. I am upset. Only slightly, because it's really not that big of a deal, but still. Can you guys stop swimming up the goddamn water channels? Great. I had to add signs or something like that. Like, to just keep them swimming back up. Take that back, actually. That's filled. That's... Get over here, you asshole. Hi, thank you. Over here. Alright, once that's filled, then I'll get out of here, because this is boring for everybody involved, me and chat. This is just something that I'll do in the background, I guess, between streams. Stream cannot hear my music. Just double checking. Come on. Holy shit. Okay, so that's dropping 4 per. I don't know why it's not just all together, but... How to obliterate your inventory 101. Put looting 3 on the sentient blade. Okay. Alright. Alright, go ahead and sort the rest of this. Mana, steel, diamond, copper. Don't like how that's a different copper than... Alright, that goes there. I can go there. Can I smelt that? Yes, I can. Okay, good. I really do not care for that. Okay. Do I have any backup in there? Okay, no. Alright, I need... Tier 3, I need 2 diamonds. I only have 1. Where'd the second one go? Where did my second diamond go? I swear to God I had one. I'm gonna be very upset if I learn that I did something stupid with it. Did I put it up with the blood magic stuff in anticipation of what I'm about to do? There's a distinct possibility that's what happened. Let me go check. Because if that's not the case, then we're fucked. Because I swear I had... Oh, I remember. I used it to make the enchanting table. That's what I did. Fucking hell, man. I swear I'm an intelligent individual. I swear that there is something between my ears and behind my eyes. I swear. It's something. I'm not quite sure what it is. But some semblance of an intelligence is inside of my skull. Alright, there we go. That's fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm just gonna make like 3 more pickaxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab that. Okay, the iron plant has not grown at all since I last saw it. Lovely. Alright. You know, I should probably go down there and add some fucking torches, because things are gonna get real nasty down here if I don't. Get me out of here. Eh. Alright, that's fine. Over here. Bad. Awful. Horrible. Especially that. Ooh. How do I get up there? Wheep. Okay, we're good. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I can loop around. Or I could have just gone up this water column. Because of course I fucking could have. Okay, we're good. Go around here. That goes there. Alright, there we go. Give. This is gonna be hot bars so I don't accidentally put it inside the bag. Nothing particularly bad will happen if I do. It'll just be annoying because I'll be like, hey, why is my sword not doing any damage? Not that I actually particularly need it right now because I'm peaceful, but still, like, why is my sword not doing any damage? And the answer is because I, like a dumbass, put all of his power system inside of a bag. I'm popping down here because I've made progress down here. I forgot to bring water. Speaking of water, I should probably hydrate. Remember to do that, chat. Ugh. Still need to put the... Whoa. I forget that if I don't remove the water in the straw on one of my water bottles, it slowly rises upwards and it's just a mess. Anyways, chat, hydrate. Put that there. Whoa. Don't like that. Where's the nearest source of water? Okay, if I, so that's Y13, that's Y13, so I've got to the end of this and cut through the wall. That's a ravine. Is that the ravine I wanted? Is this it? I think this might be it. Oh, hey. Gold. Alright, this is gonna be my... exit tunnel. needed this in my offhand. Really shouldn't mind pickaxe. What's it called? The V's crystals of the pickaxe, because it consumes durability, despite the fact that they're non-pickaxe tools. But you know what? Non-tool items. Alright, I need diamonds and I need gold. And coal would be nice as well. Various precious metals I can trade for. What am I listening to? Anything up there? Yeah. Okay, well, we're going up there now. Alright. Oh, Corellium. There's not much down here, honestly. It's like just various coal and bullshit. Oh, no, there's lapis. Lovely. Silver. Corellium, which I'll grab in a sec. I'll double back too. Ooh, I need that. Let me up. Bam. Pain. That means there's something back there. Does it? Is there one back here? Oh, there's normal quartz. I'll take it, but... Can I get some diamonds, please? Oh, no, sick. What levels do they spawn at most? It's Y10. maybe there's some down this way. Maybe. Give me the Corellium. Oh, there's niter down there. Lovely. And prosperity. Nothing else, though. Okay. Alright. Did I grab the coal in there? Yeah, okay. There's just stone over there, okay. It's like, what's that on the map? Did I leave something behind? No. It was just stone. Or gravel. Either way, do not care. That's a lot of Corellium. Lovely. So the fact that you need 9 of it per pearl. I'm not quite sure why you need so much. Well, other than that, that's just what Snow said you need, but like, what's the reasoning for that? Like, I haven't really... I'm being entirely honest. I've never actually legitimately beat Abyssalcraft. Well, it's very uncommon for me to legitimately beat any mod. Just usually play with cheats on because it's easier for me mentally. Well, not what I wanted there. Oh, I didn't need to do that. There's a fucking easier way down over here. Okay. Is this the cave I was trying to get to in the first place? No, because the cave that I came from was here. I was trying to get over there. But, oh, if I turn around and go back, there's a spawner there. No diamonds. Okay, so I need to get around Y10.
Actually, I'm gonna go lay down.
Let's see. You know, I've gone the exact opposite direction of where I need to go for diamonds, so... We're headed back down. Oh, not where I wanted. Okay. Probably play a game, cheese or no cheese, if you don't beat it, the point is to have fun. Yeah, that's fair. I do usually have fun with it. The problem is just I don't beat the mods, so I don't know if I'm stopping at the fun part. For the most part, the only, like, actual cheating I've done in this one is just teleporting, but that's just... I have Zeros. It's part of the fucking map mod, so, like, is what it is. Oh, so howdy. Alright, I need diamonds. That looks like it's gonna suck, but you know what? We're moving. Diamonds? No. You wasted my time. Alright, Alright, Corellium up there, and then try to find a lower access cave. Howdy. Oh, howdy, Chain. Yeah, I'm existing. Yeah, it's been an age. God, when was the last time that, like... I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of updates, right? But, like, I don't know what's been in and out the loop. Right. Anyways, Alright, fuck, I was gonna share out of email. Did you not have me on Discord? Question mark? What do you mean email? You have my email, but you don't have my Discord? What? Not sure. Yeah, like it's... No. The question is, how the fuck did you get my email? I mean, I haven't exactly made an effort to hide it, and, like, it's not like I give a shit. Like, huh? Oh, yeah! Yeah, that's right! Oh, yeah, no, because I fucking I don't have Nitro. I never have Nitro. Because fuck Discord, but, like... I forgot. Yeah, no, I posted the fucking alt account every time, because... Oh god, I gotta fucking clean through that in order to, like, delete a bunch of old mods, because it's just clogging up space. Like, there's... probably mods from, like, 2020 in there. Which is horrible, because, like, the packs are all outdated. Like, if I were to make, like... Quite honestly, if I were to do something more professional, it'd be, like... making a Curseforge pack, which... Never mind. Curseforge and professional do not belong in the same sentence. I was going to say, make a Curseforge pack and give you a link instead, but, like... I don't like Curseforge. I'm unfortunately too opinionated to be efficient. So it's fucking half hour of waiting for G drive in order to load. Alright, that's a lot of bullshit, and none of it's what I really need. Okay, well, the pickaxe is broken, so we're going back topside. Great waypoint, progress. Fair enough, yeah. Alright, so... I really don't need this much gravel. What the shit? What do I even use this for? Now that Tinker's is out of the pack. It's just concrete and, like, Portuguese pavement? What? I mean, I can use it for, like, dirt duping, but, like, stone ichor, useless. Gravel for flint. Sand. Liquid concrete. I could make more of it with a conjuration catalyst, but I don't know what the fuck I would want that. I can make just flint. So just making flint and sand, essentially. Which is kind of useless, because I live next to a desert. So, like, yep, useless. Alright. Alright, so if I just... What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run all of these through the funny machine. Can I run uranium through... Okay, I can. Copper, I can. Okay. Cinnabar? No. Okay, so Cinnabar gets put through here. No, I can with lead. No, I can with silver, copper, uranium, and gold. Okay. I am out of pickaxe. Yes, out of pickaxe is how you verbalize that, Tired. You know, like, I'm trying to think of, like, how long it's been so I can, like, figure out, okay, what's the cutoff of information here so I can give updates. God, back in... Last time I was at the Terraria base, so, like, 2024? No, it had to be before that, because 2025 I spent on the road, so I barely spoke to anybody. Shit. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would probably be it, actually. Give me that back. That goes there. Alright. A bunch more corallium. Where's all the stone? There it is, okay. Is there any more corallium in there? No, okay. Donk. Alright. That's empty. I'm out of stone again. You're fucking with me. I literally just made more. One must imagine Sisyphus mildly inconvenienced. Alright, okay, apparently I can't just drag that. For fucking what reason? Okay, well, I think exactly as well as a bit of whirlwind falling here. Yeah, no, like, God, what year was that? Was that 2022? I think I was still in college when we did that. No, it was shortly... It was sometime between Tavern and Frontiers, maybe. Or after Frontiers, which is really when the memory starts getting bad. God fucking damn it, I need more cutting fluid. God fuck. Okay, fine, I'll cut the gold, the uranium, the copper, the little things that I barely have anything of, and then I need sugar, redstone, gunpowder, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll be 6 bottles of water. Lovely. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How much plant oil do I have? Ugh. Oh, God fucking damn it. 2021. Oh, dear God. Holy fuck, dude. I think I was still a girl back then. Oh, by the way, gender. That happened. Alright. Grab that, and then coal sand. Okay. Alright, so I grabbed the right amount of all those ingredients. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, that happened. Alright, the uranium's done. That's there. Okay. And this is gonna fucking sap the vitality like a motherfucker. Which means I need to... Ignore the fact that I have the creative knife. I was too lazy to fucking deal with the constant regeneration bullshit. Alright, that'll make a fair number more. Right, I still need 5 more of those, which means I need 10 more stones, plus another 60 stones, so I need 70. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that number. That number is disgusting. Complaining noises continue. Give me a second, I'm just reading through some things. Alright, and then when I run out of plant oil, I'm gonna complain again. Where did I put the knife? God fucking damn it. Give me that. Okay. Alright. God. And there's no advanced cutting fluid in this version, because of course there fucking isn't. Well, that's gonna have to be a thing that I add in the fucking Blood Magic Legacy mod. Oh yeah, by the way, Shane, I don't know if you caught the 2 previous streams of this back. I have given myself an absolute nightmare headache of a task. I am going to try and import every single feature from every single version of Blood Magic into 1.12. That includes the bullshit from 1.7.10 all the way up to 1.22, which, by the way, yes, the Blood Magic team is considering 1.22. Or is it 1.21.1? It's some version like that. Something stupid. It's something stupid that I have opinions about, but you know what? It's their mod. They do whatever the fuck they want. Alright, put that there, put that there. Okay. 16, 32, would be 48, 64. Okay, so that won't even cover an entire stack. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Everything hurts. My soul, specifically. Okay, 15 out of 16 uses. Give me the copper. The fuck. And I still need... Oh, fuck. Never mind. Evil laughter redacted. I fucking didn't do math right. Fucking hell, man. Gold, redstone, glass, lapis. Alright, where am I going with this? Alright, you know, I need a gold block. Ugh. Is that tier? Yes, okay. And then this tier is gold, redstone, glass, and lapis. That's tier 1, that's tier 2. Tier 3 is the one that hurts me emotionally. Because this one I just hate. I hate this for several reasons. That's 2 tiers in a row that you need diamond. And then, sorry, okay, that tier's fine. It's Demon Will. This sucks, this sucks. I have to do the fucking Resonance of the Faceted Crystal, and that's an entire ritual. It's an entire fucking ritual. I mean, it could also... you could just use a normal Demon Crystallizer, but also, like, that just sucks. That's just sucks. where is all the stone? Where did I put the stone? There it is. Okay, good. Corallium can go there. Where's... Not in there. Not in there. Okay, so I'm guessing that's just it. That's all that I made. Why? Why? Why is that the case? Okay, there's a silver. I have... No, I'm not gonna say I have gamer words to say. That implies that I say slurs. I have other words, mostly just angry ones, but... Alright. That goes there. That goes there. Tier... What? Tier 3. Of course. Because of course it fucking is. I mean, meh. Give it that. And then go grab my fucking sigil of seeing or whatever the shit. Seer sigil. Give. Asshole. Alright. Yoink. Alright. I need diamonds. How do I get diamonds? Nothing drops them. What the shit? How do you get... What is that? Oh, it's carbon. Right, so you can take enough carbon to make chunks of carbon, which then surround obsidian, take that, run it through a transmutator, and then that'll... How do I... A crystallizer, which requires dradium. Oh, so I need to make it to the Dreadlands in order to make diamonds out of coal. You're... actually, no, that's relatively balanced. Painful, but balanced. Alright, we gotta lock the fuck in here. Alright. That can go in there. This can go here. Ugh. Nope, that's 2022, okay. I need to do some routing with this shit. Either using applied energistics or... Yeah. No. Can't use immersive engineering for that, because there's no smart filtering. Ooh, there might actually be, but I'm not smart enough to handle it. Because I need an item router, and it can't pull, it just takes things that are put into it. Which isn't really what I need. I need specifically things that can pull out of here. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I need 10 of these, and then I need... That means I need 20 blank slates and... Wait, no. No, I need 10 blank slates, and I need 50... blank stone. If I could talk without my fucking brain breaking. on. Have I missed chat? Is chat broken? Chat broke. Okay. Hold on a sec. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Okay. 2021. Check the front. Okay. A couple possibilities. Your God. Zero servers. Total divide. Silent waits to see how tired. Suffer from 4 rifts, mayhaps. Okay. So I am so sorry, chat. Fucking my iPad decided to tweak out, and I didn't see what y'all were saying. Anyways, what do you mean 4 rifts? Haker, I haven't even started Thaumcraft in this run yet. Like, everything is fine, normal, and dandy, okay? I don't need to worry, right? I haven't had any warp events. I haven't... Okay, no, I say I haven't had any warp events. I've had warp events IRL at this point. Yeah, nah, processing the kind of bullshit that I need to do. I've had warp events IRL. Probably should actually give a second chest of this. Give me that. Give me that. Do I want to deal with that? Because I've got that there. Okay. Slow creep of insanity leaking out the game. Slow? Slow? You think I handle this shit slow? Shane, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me... Give me a second, gang. Give me a second. I need to show y'all the fucking engineer gaming. Alright? Let's show y'all Rapid Onset Psychosis via Thaumcraft. Let's show y'all engineer gaming. Open file location. Alright. Bring this a little bit smaller so I can just select from that easier. Okay. Share full screen. Go to images. Y'all are going to see OBS for a second. I genuinely do not give a fuck. Okay. So, this is how things started. Alright? This is how it started. This is how it started. Alright? I was helping a friend set up with immersive engineering. Right? Because we were trying to get creosote oil out of this blast furnace. Perfectly normal setup. However, I need y'all to know that this actually doesn't work. This doesn't work. We've tried it. In place of this pump, in place of this pipe right here, you need specifically some kind of thing from an add-on mod in order to get this specific setup to work. Other than that, you're fucked. You need to put the pipe. You need to put the pump up here, and then lead a pipe. Yeah, okay. Wait, hold on a sec. Pump is up here, then pipe goes down here. Yeah, no, this didn't work. We tried this. This didn't work. You can lead the pump here and then put a different block here. This is what I found out. Yeah, this is the block right here. Thumbs up. Alright, this is Engineer Gaming 2, as you can see. Alright. This right, ignore the creative generator. This is just a stand-in. Alright. There's the, ignore my music playing. That, you guys can't hear that. This is this right here. You guys can't hear my music, right? You know, you shouldn't be able to because it's muted. There's the pump, and then there's a special block there. Then it goes up through, and then there. Okay, that's normal. That's understandable. I can't. Okay, good. Is that the original? No. No. This is the original. This is the original, right? So I was trying... In this pack, we have applied energistics for storage, right? Because we have Thaumic energistics, which is something that allows you to store Essentia in a AE system. I love it. However, your power systems are relatively limited. You can either use a mana flux field from Botania, which pain, agony, suffering, torture, or you could use a Beast generator, which also not good. right? You can use immersive engineering, which would be your best bet if the diesel generator wasn't having a stroke in this current version. I need to fix that. And then our fourth option here, which is what this is supposed to do. Now, this is what Hager was talking about when he said, silently waits to see how Tyrant suffers from 4 rifts. This is a very flawed. Okay, don't replicate this. Okay, I'm just gonna start. Don't replicate this. Okay, do not replicate what I am currently showing. This does not work. This is a setup. It is supposed to take a flux siphon or an impetus siphon from atomic augmentation, right? From a rift right here, just take the impetus, put it through into an impetus generator, right? And that feeds into an AE system. That's fine. That's normal, right? The problem, the impetus system will drain the rift's stability. So what I did was I hooked up the rift stabilizer from the same mod, which adds stability, right? And this redstone mass is forking off of this scanner. I'm pausing my fucking music. This scanner right here will grab the status of the rift, specifically its stability, right? It has 2 modes. It can either be stability or it can be size, right? We'll get to version 2 in a second. For stability, right, it scans that and it says, okay, if this is unstable, turn off the impetus drainer, turn on the stabilizer, right? So you can already see how I fucked this up, right? What I've done here is I have set the impetus generator. Both of these turn off with the redstone signal, alright? Both of these turn off with the redstone signal. However, what you are seeing here is this will be on while the impetus generator is running, right? But honestly, this running 24/7 isn't much of a problem. The problem is it's just draining impetus from the system. My main problem is if we zoom in right here, these thin gray lines are the impetus nodes. They are feeding the energy from the siphon up to the generator, which then feeds into the applied energy system. That's fine. But what it also does is it feeds it through the secondary node, which feeds into a secondary impetus generator, which then gives this thing the RF that it needs to function. Now, I would like to leave it as an exercise to the class right quick as to why this is a problem. And I'll give y'all a minute, alright, because it is a little bit complex. Okay, I got impatient. Essentially, the problem is that when the impetus generator turns off, it stops sending power. So the rift stabilizer runs out of power, and the rift destabilizes, which can cause warp events, it can explode, or it can fizzle out of existence. And once it fizzles out of existence, well, there's still flux in the aura, which is how you get this. The flux will disperse to the nearby chunks. It just, essentially, it's like plopping down a glob of jello in a hot car, right? It'll always stay in one spot for a while. Eventually, the car overheats and it just everywhere. Awful. Horrible. And this is how we get this image. This is how we get this image. I don't even know what the fuck autocorrect was trying to say there, dude. But this was the progress. This was the setup here, right? You can't really see it, but there is a redstone inversion. No, this is before I did the redstone inversion on the other side there, which I really should have done up here or right over here, honestly. But I did it for the impetus generator instead. This is what hell in Minecraft looks like. Yeah, no, I eventually... Ignore that. I eventually made version 2, right? I eventually made version 2. Version 2 features 2 rift checkers, one for stability, one for size. The one down here is the rift size, which will turn off the impetus generator, or the impetus siphon, right? The rift stabilizer has been given its own power source. That's a world eater, my good sir. But yeah, no. Hold on a sec, let me double check that I know his chat. Alright. So, what we got going on here is version 2. So, the impetus siphon will turn off whenever the rift is a smaller size. That way it doesn't eat it down into nothingness. Right? Hold on a sec, I forgot my avatar is disabled right now. That's fine. There is a redstone torch buried underground so that it loses power as it goes up. Essentially, this is just a comparator. If it's a value less than 10, the feeder is online and the drainer is offline, right? Because the more stable and larger the rift is, the stronger of a redstone signal it comes off of the scanner, right? So, whenever it gets too small, this will turn off, this will turn on. This is a flux inducer from thalamic augmentation. You pump Vicium Vis in, it just ploop, right into the rift, right? Right into the rift, which keeps it a larger size. Now, size does not equal stability. That is where the rift stabilizer comes in. This motherfucker is being fed by a singular endoflame in the background. Thalacraft has put me in a few situations where a rift that large eats my house, explodes, and then plops down some lovely purple spheres that destroy everything. Skill issue. Sorry, no, that's exceptionally rude. Thalamic augmentation is a lovely add-on that allows you to do some funny things with rifts. Namely siphoning them for impetus energy, which is what this entire system is based on. I love this, alright? This is so fucking stupid. True but mildly unkind, yes. I apologize. This is stupid. This right here is exceptionally fucking stupid. Alright, let me explain what's going on here. This little stabilizer right here hates my guts, personally. And it decided one day, or whoever was coding the mod decided, yep, it's not going to take immersive engineering energy. And I was like, okay, well fuck you too. So I can't use immersive engineering cables on it. I try applied energistics power. That doesn't work either. I'm running out of options here. I turn to Botania, which is staring at me with this fucking shit-eating grin on its face. Right? The mana flux field. I could put a Vs generator on the back of this, but that would require me draining the aura, and it's already being damaged by this motherfucker, so we're not doing that. The mana flux field will take a mana from whatever source, as long as it's being fed by a mana spreader, and turn it into RF, or forge energy, depending on whatever it needs, whatever it's plugged into. This takes redstone flux. Which is probably why immersive engineering doesn't work with it, because immersive engineering uses forge energy, or something else. Rip out the mod's guts and find out what works on the inside if you need. I appreciate it, and I'll take you up later. There is a bunch of shit that I do need to figure out in the future, but I also want to figure it out on my own as well. I do appreciate the help, though. This stupid motherfucker is an endoflame. An endoflame, you can barely see it, the whole 20 pixels, takes burnable material that is put next to it, and turns it into mana. This entire setup runs off of flower power. And I have a redstone doohickey back here that turns off an open crate, so there's only one piece of coal on that pressure plate at a time, so the endoflame doesn't fucking glut itself. This was version 2. And then I realized that no, I shouldn't have this based on size, I should have it based on stability, right? And I was like, okay, well, I'll just switch it so that the redstone comparator only goes towards the flux inducer. and then I send it over to the stability side instead. And I'm like, wait a second, no, if I do that, then it's just going to shrink it as well. This shouldn't be on when it's unstable or when it's tiny. And then I realize it needs to be an AND gate. It needs to be, it is a good size and it is a good stability. So, and then at this point, I just gave up. I realized that, and I said, I'm going to work myself into an early grave over a goddamn flux rift. I'm done. I am done. I have proven that theoretically, you can power an AE system off of an impetus generator. I am cutting it for the sake of my health. This took me 2 fucking days. It took me 2 days and sessions of working on this motherfucker for me to finally realize this is not good for my health. So that's how the Thaumcraft has been going. Anyways, back to the game itself. I forgot what I was doing. I went down such a fucking rant that I forgot what I was doing. And from that, we learned obsession is a form of madness. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Anyways. Bigger blood magic ultimate. Yes, yeah, it was blood magic. The problem, it was blood magic. Which means I need diamonds. Which I don't have. Which means I have several options. I could burrow through the earth like some kind of subterranean plebeian. Or I could magic my way out of the problem. Now, there are several options that I could go down. The problem is I don't like any of them. Is that done growing yet? No. Grow, you bastard. I need to get more diamonds. And my pickaxe keeps fucking breaking. What if I use mana steel? There are mystical items. Mana steel equipment. When a mana steel item is to take damage, if there's mana available in the inventory, it uses that instead. Some pieces of the tool set have ability when right-click. The pickaxe will place a torch from the user's inventory. The axe will do the same for a sapling, and the shovel will till the earth similar to a hoe. A detail to keep in mind is that the shears made of mana materials are triggered tripwire, unlike iron ones. Okay, so a mana steel pickaxe can just place a torch as long as there is mana in reserve. How do I make that again? It was living wood. Okay. Nope. Give me that. Give me that. How much are we looking at? Not a lot. Okay. Make fun of the dwarven lifestyle like that. So, you tried to make a fusion reactor from a rift, and output of energy was less than input. Understood. Time to feed the flowers everything you own, they crave your soul. Hold on a sec. Where is Harbinger of Doom.png? Hold on a sec. Is it... Did I put it in VC text? Is it in... Memes? Yep, Herald of the End. Hold on a second. Copy image. I did not mean to grab my notepad. Yes, I don't care. Shut up, sticky notes. Alright. You know what? This is going on the fucking add source image meme. Give me just a sec. I'm gonna go ahead and... Okay, save image. Herald. Okay. Browse. Terra drive. Backup from Acme. Modpacks. Image. Herald. Okay, so... That's gonna be the memes corner. Okay. Okay. The BRB text needs to move over here. Okay. Yes. There we go. So that's that. That's gonna be our meme. If I need to show a meme on stream, I'll just change that out. But that is Herald of the End. God. Why is that so funny to me? Why is that so stupid and so funny? Anyways, right, I need to make the doohickey. Floating pointer, yep, there's David. Yep, you're remembering David. God, fucking, dude. David is an actual fucking mythical creature in my heart, okay? Object order. What do you mean, Hacker? What? Blight upon the TPS. Dude, okay, no, David was perfectly fine. David was perfectly normal, except for the fact that he existed beneath the Earth. Right? And he didn't exist at 000. He existed at a non-valid coordinate. It was it was something that we just couldn't even render. Right? Flower is under mine. What? What are you talking about? I genuinely cannot understand what the fuck you're trying to tell me. Anyways. David was a result of... Okay, at the time, you knew her as Sora. She goes by Amanda now. I don't know how long it's been you've been out of the loop, but... was the result of her melon farm. The melon farm that produced so many melons that it lagged out the chunk. One of the mods in the pack, right, made it so that chicken eggs would hatch after a certain point, right? You know, if they were just on the ground, eventually they turn into a baby chicken, right? Okay, yeah, no, so, yeah. Eventually, after a while, it would hatch into a baby chicken, which, you know, yeah. The problem is that it did that while the chunk was lagging because of the overproductive melon farm. And so this baby chicken, was cast into limbo. And that is what we think happened to David. That is what we think the origin of David was. David is a basilisk beneath the earth. You know how basilisks are born whenever a frog sits on a chicken egg? Dude, it's been ages. I genuinely cannot remember. But, David was a basilisk beneath the earth who is just the patron saint of server bugs, right? Or, honestly, patron sinner, if that's how that works. But you know what I mean. I'm running in circles. Why am I running? Endo flames. Okay. I don't like redstone. Alright. We're putting a flower in the torment nexus, guys. Yeah. I gotta show me a friend request on Steam. I say that like I'm actually on Steam. Like, I fucking haven't played a Steam game in years. The entirety of 2025, I was on the road. By the way, I'm actually gaming on a new computer. My old computer, Agni, right? The one that I played Tavern on, exploded. Well, I say exploded. She just stopped working. I like to say exploded because it's dramatic. The forcing... I'm probably gonna do a big mistake of trying to fix a rift system. I wish you the best of luck, buddy. Hager, I can shoot you the pack. Hold on a sec. Are you in the vibe corner? No, I don't think you are. Hold on, let me double check this. You're not, no, but I can just shoot you the pack. Hold on a sec. Yeah, the pack has been updated since. I have removed the entirety of Tinker's You know what? No, if I'm gonna send you the pack, I'm gonna have to recompile it. Just add Thaumcraft, Botania, Thaumic Augmentations, Thaumic Additions, Applied Energistics, Thaumic Energistics, or whatever the fuck it's called. Immersive Engineering, Immersive Cables, Immersive AE Cables, Posts, Engineers Decor, a bunch of bullshit. Laptop. The laptop I was on for Tavern actually caught fire. What? Dude. What? Actually, hold on a second. I'm gonna. My. I've since it was playing. While I was playing Grounded, the thing burst into flame. I've since replaced it, evidently. Yes, one would assume that you would not be playing on a charcoal briquette. Then again, I was. Whenever I opened up Agni, right, in order to investigate what was going on with her, because she was having issues, right? Oh, Jane, I never told you about the spot of soot I found on the wall behind Agni, did I? So, my computer, right, the one that I was playing Tavern on, I've since named her Agni, right? Because she got, hot to the touch. She really earned that name whenever I was moving in 2024, at the end of 2024, and I found a cough of soot behind her on the wall. It turns out that over the 3, 5 or so years that she was there, it was just coughing soot all over the wall behind her, right? And whenever I got back here in January of 2026, right, because I was on the road for the entirety of 2025, like January 2025 to January 2026, when I got back here, and that's the reason why you need to clean it from dust every half a year. Let me finish my story, Haker. I open up the computer, right? Because I plugged it in and I turned it on. It ran fine for a day. Next day, didn't turn on. So I call up Atrus. I'm like, hey, something's wrong with Agni. She's not turning on. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of scared. And he goes, okay, let's crack her open and see what's going on inside. We open her up, and there is soot absolutely caked all over the top of the fucking hood of the computer, right? And we're like, what the shit? And we look at the boards, right? Nothing is blown. Nothing is blown, nothing is smoked, everything is fine. Except for the fact that there's just soot everywhere. We're like, what the fuck? What's going on here? And we look at the power supply's fine. We look at the video output ports are fine. To this day, I still feel like we might have been wrong about that. But, we look into all that shit, right? And like, okay, why are you not turning on? Why are you not outputting video, right? Like, what's going on here? And we just couldn't figure it out. We still don't know really what happened. I ended up getting my new computer from him, actually. She arrived earlier this month. Might have been burning dust that got in. No, because her fans were perfectly fine. Her fans, perfectly clear. And, like, nothing else happened. Like, genuine fucking enigma. Like, there was no reason why this computer should have ceased functionality. But it did. Oh yeah, this is the dense wall of wood that I mentioned. How much did I just get from that? I got... nearly 5 stacks of wood. Okay, lovely. We're doing that again. Alright. But, words, please, love of God. Yeah, no, she just one day. Okay, I had carried her with me the entire time I was on the West Coast, right? And I have a feeling that she just got bumped around too much whenever she was in my backpack. Like, she was just in my moving backpack with my laptop as well. You need tools to figure that out. Yeah, I'm gonna mail her to Atris, and he'll probably, like, dissect her like a bug. So that's chill. I need... Ooh, I need a hopper. Shit. I need... Okay, let me plan this out here. So for the endo flame, it's that. I need an open crate too, which I don't have enough wood, but I can easily make some. Alright. The open crate, which is right here, right? There's a hopper feeding into that. Actually, I should probably put that one higher, so the open crate's there. There's a hopper feeding into that. There's that. That. That, and then, nope. Okay, so I need to keep the inversion. If I do, oh, nope, if I do that, then can I break that and then keep, does that light up? Yes, okay, good. So if I do that, then should be a hopper that goes into there. I'm processing this as I work through it. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Oh, I just forgot the living crate actually only needs 2. Yeah, because you need to do that. Okay. Okay, there's that. Is that facing down? Yes. Okay, good. Still pixel the guys. Yeah, I'll go ahead and shoot him in DMs. Give me a sec. Getting emails like crazy with the shit, man. What time is that? Yeah, 1100. Okay. Video. What fucking app do I need? What do you mean, telehealth app version? I'm logging in on a fucking website. What do you mean, telehealth app? I have a therapy appointment tomorrow. Okay. Alright, well, I'm grabbing that on my iPad. That'll be easier. Recents. Should still have pictures. There's Azura. Okay, there's Agni. Alright. I'll go and shoot him your way. Give me a sec. Discord. That's the best I've got. Alright. Assume you haven't changed your username on Discord. No, I haven't. Ah, fuck, my knuckles. God damn it. Ow. But you know, what was I gonna do? Oh, right, yeah, no, I forgot I needed a hopper. God damn it. That goes there. That has stuff in it. Where is the goddamn... Alright, I need a hopper, and I need... There's a chest, okay. Alright, so... Redstone used in... I need the repeater, which means I need... Put away the quartz, because I don't fucking need it. Repeater... There we go. Alright. And I have a bunch of... coal. Oh. I could make... I'm gonna go ahead and put that way. Yeah, alright, right, I need an axe, and then... God, when I get fucking... What's it called? Applied energetic systems. Few ceramic capacitors look baked to a crisp, but they're fine! I don't know what you're talking about. I'm looking, and I don't see anything like that. What do you mean, baked to a crisp? Circle them and send it back. Circle them and send the photo back. And look, that's all dust, okay? There's nothing, like... The mystery of the baked computer. It's not baked. She's fine, okay? She's perfectly fine. She's just a little bit temperamental right now. No, Haker, I saw those. Those are normal. Those are just dusty. They're not baked. They're fine. They're normal. If you look up the inside of an HP Elite desk, you'll see that that is exactly how it normally looks. Jesus Christ, I'm actually just a fucking meme at this point. Alright. Ooh. Never mind, we're not doing coal coke. Okay. How much does a single block of coal smelt anyways? 80. Okay, yeah, no, we're fine. We're not doing coal coke. That suck. Alright. Ah, piss. God damn it. Ow! That's why I don't jump around that. Why I shouldn't jump around that. Whole time, perfectly fine. First time that happens. Right on stream. Lovely. I... Alright, what if I do this? Because this way it'll be spaced out. Strangers looking to save us. Together we're dying to live and we're living to die. Wait a sec. Why are you... Oh, right. Yeah, that'll do it. An angel missed the memo. Walking on eggshells again. Alright. There are mentioned one of the capacitors burnt out, especially because the battery is short in a tiny way enough that it exploded and set nearby flammable parts on oh. Well, there's a possibility that mine could have done that. Whoops. Possibly. It's fine though. Luckily nothing else caught on fire. So, Haker, you saying that if well, I dodged a house fire then. Yeah, she's fine. You know, she's been in this cardboard box for a minute. She hasn't caught anything on fire, so we're chilling. Oh, dude. The fucking box that Ozra came in. My new computer's named Ozra after the Ozra class NHP because I was thoroughly convinced that it would kill me with the fucking whiplash. Between Agni and Ozra. To be honest, there's not much of a difference. I mean, like, it runs better, but, like, I was very much so being dramatic. Alright, I need red, brown, and light gray. Where can I find light gray? Light gray is gonna be the annoying one. Where must a room full of strangers? Alright, where is... I think there was some over there, maybe. Alright. Uh-oh. What do you mean giving you trouble? Look, the pics and the board views, there should not be black components there. Oh, new PC's been giving for the last problem for the last 2 years. Replaced the power supply 2 weeks ago. Runs fine. Okay. Thought you. Okay, I read OC. And I was like, okay, what characters? What? How are you in the Torment Nexus? Haker, I think everything's fine. And it's fine. And if she isn't, well, it's still fine because I got a funny little doohickey that allowed me to take her brain out and use it as a flash drive. So, regardless, it's fine. Smile. Do that way. It's more separated. Yeah, there's red flowers over here. Where's the other red one? There it is. If the power supply was underpowered, the company that sold it to me recommended the 600 watt one when I needed an 800. Well, it doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter at this point because, like, it's fine. She's been lobotomized and okay, no, she hasn't been lobotomized. She's been decorped. Well, kind of half and half, honestly. Also, chain. Oof. Lobotomy signed me up. Yeah, no, the fucking. How do you even fuck that up? Like, that's. Fell in a hole. Meow. 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 Oh, I had fucking bunch of dirt on my person. I didn't need to worry. Alright. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, this computer I got from Atris because it was essentially a scrapwork PC. I fucked that up when I built. Yeah, like, this PC was one that he was going to mail to someone else, but fell through for various reasons, and it had just been on his desk for like 3 years, and he was like, no one had taken it. And I was like, hey, I need a computer because Agni just fucking died, and he was like, well, I've got something. I was like, okay, bet. He still hasn't sent me the invoice. I keep trying to get him to send me the invoice. Alright, where is... I need... I can just use... bone meal on that, I think. Or do I need to use mystical fertilizer? I genuinely cannot remember. Ooh, I should have made the fucking... bag that holds flowers and things. That's gonna go there, that's gonna go there. That goes in there. Okay. Oh, those people have ever actually used PC. Oh, the ones you recommend that you can run it lower than normal. Yeah, I am not technologically inclined. I'm not quite, smart enough for that. I'm just gonna flat out say it. I'm a bit of a dunce. Computers scare me. Like, I was working on I was working on my laptop, Bounder. So this laptop I've had since 2017, 2018-ish. She's a 2017 HP laptop, right? And I was having some troubles with her when I was on the road because I hadn't used her in a while, and I needed a portable computer because I didn't have a keyboard or a mouse or a monitor for Agni. So I was like, ah, fuck it. Let's boot up Bounder, see what she's doing, right? And the problem is that Bounder had, whenever I booted her up, she switched to Windows 11. Or she switched to something happened, right? And I got fed up with Windows, and I said, okay, fuck this noise. Alright? What I'm doing is I am switching her to Linux. And that's what I did. My laptop is now a Linux laptop. But going through the fucking BIOS, dude, terrifying. Like, she screams like the souls of the damned every time I open it up, right? Fucking alarms and everything. And then I have to fucking navigate with, like, keyboard inputs, which feels archaic and terrifying. I worked for a few months until suddenly motherboard turning melting metal orange near randomly. Dude, what? What do you mean? Oh, Raven. I'll take that. What did you even do? Like, what do you mean your motherboard turned into molten metal? That doesn't sound right. I don't think that's supposed to happen. That's, you know the fucking image of the glowing hot metal pipe and it just says suboptimal? Yeah, literally that. Literally that. Literally what I said, yeah. I mean, as long as it still conducts. Chain, I think the problem is that it's conducting. Like, it's... Yeah, no, the problem is it's conducting. Alright, okay, can I plant that? There we go. Yeah, alright. Alright. Mythbusters get on this. How conductive is molten copper? I think copper actually has a relatively low melting point, so, like... I don't think it was molten, it was just bright red hot, so, like, meh. Anyways, still, regardless, terrifying. Luckily, my girl Bounder hasn't had that kind of issue. I actually should probably unplug her while she's not being used. She's just been on the charging cord this whole time. Though, I switched her to a Linux laptop because I was getting fed up with Windows bullshit. And she's been working like a dream ever since. She still stutters a bit, but that's probably just because she's old, and that's just how old computers act. Okay, an old computer that has not had any maintenance, I should probably specify, because well taken care of old computer probably wouldn't be having the problems that she's having. But, alas, I am technologically illiterate, as I have previously mentioned. Are there any more flowers? No. Oh, yes. Paste. Yeah, nah. Honestly, Asura would be a Linux computer as well if I wasn't also running various other programs like Steam on her. Like, honestly, the only reason why she isn't Linux is because, like, I wanted the game. Like... And if I had even, like, a modicum more intelligence than I do, which... Let's be honest, we're playing Limbo with the devil here. The bar's in hell. I would change her out to be Linux as well. It's just, I don't want to have to fucking deal with the bullshit of putting all my files over there, because it was already painful to get the files off of Acme. Like, yeah, I might have had to use some kind of external device. That was awful, but also, like, it was just scary in general. Because I had to fucking deal with authentication keys and all sorts of other bullshit. Alright, where are the brown flowers? I need those. Oh yeah, the dude is trapped in a hole over here. Forgot about him. He's fine. Looks like there's some to the south, question mark? But those might just be pumpkins. Not entirely sure. I can't tell from here. Those are... Oh, no, over here. How familiar are you with Helldivers? I have a little bit of knowledge based on, like, just friends playing the game and, like, various memes and whatnot. I haven't played it myself. Considered it. But that was, yeah, no. I just haven't really gotten around to it. It's expensive, and I don't have... I'm unemployed, dude. I need to get a job. Like, it's... Between compounding medical issues and just kind of... pressure. Just like, yeah, no, I ain't got time to... I ain't got time to hell dive. Sorry, brother. Right. I think I've got enough for a bunch of endo flames. I remember how to make endo flames right. It was... What am I thinking of? Yeah, okay, so 1 red, 1 light gray, and 2 brown. And then... Thermal lilies and munch dews are technically better. The problem is that they require higher tier runes. Another suspect is CPU itself, because it's the only thing that died besides board, which is somehow fixed by Technomaster as a warranty repair, and I still use it. Chain, is it the Zoom and Boom? Is it the fucking Barrow Trauma Clown Hammer that has a chance to just insta-kill shit? Because I think I've seen that. I use nothing else now. Yep. Alright. God, I wish I could just shift click into the crafting table, but I can't, alas. Alright. Go ahead and put the shears away. All this I can put away. Illumina Fantasies with a hammer that vaporizes whatever I hit with it. Hell yeah, brother. That's right. Let's rather notif. Okay, no, it's just streaming. Okay. Give me just a sec. I'm gonna download the telehealth app on my iPad. That way I can deal with therapy tomorrow. Ooh, I'm not logged in on my funny real person account. Give me a sec. Is it the 25 version? Nope. Try another way. Try another way. Send a notification to the phone. Let me log in, damn ya. Yes, that's me. Alright, continue. Skip. And then, I don't care about that. No thanks. Grab the document, video appointment. Download the app, open the app store. Grab that. Alright, live button, live chat. Alright, that was just being handled right quick. I'll deal with that in a minute. What was I doing? Right. I need to charge the mana tablet, right? And I was gonna do that via Endoflames. Grab these. I do not care about setting that up. Shush. Goddamn Google bastards. Alright. 1, 2, 2, 1. There we go. Alright. And then, since it places 2 down at a time, can load that up with coal, and then pop that in there, and that is our wonderful, horrible design done. Now we just gotta wait for it to generate enough mana in order to fill this tablet, which, oof, that's really not a lot. Alright. Can I? Is it not a thing that it says it can do? The pickaxe will place a torch from the user's inventory. Is it only in the dark? Do you right click with it? Left click? Shift right click? Well. Who knows? I don't. As long as it works so, I am perfectly happy. Right, I need to take the iron in here, run that through the thingamabobber, the goddamn cutting fluid. 32 in there. How is chat doing? Chat's okay, chat's kept up. Unique keybinds of agony. What do you mean unique keybinds of agony? I haven't changed my keybinds. Oh wait, actually I might have. Nope, that's not it. Controls. Category. Nope, that's not it. Patini only has the corporea request. I've never used a corporea system before. I've never known anyone who has. That being said, I do have to test for it, because if that happens to crash the game, then I'm going to be a very, very sad individual. Alright, now... Are you done yet? Okay, yeah, no, there we go. Pop that there, close that, there we go. Alright, mostly modern mods have a lot of micromanaging for keybinds. Yeah, I mean, me show you the hell for Abyssal Craft. All the mod series is actually okay. Alright, I have opinions about the ATM packs, okay? I have opinions. I don't like them. I really don't fucking like them. Okay? They are about as optimized as that 1.12.2 pack that Tavern was hosted on. Did you want to know how bad that was? That shit, well, might have contributed to both of our computers exploding. Alright? Like, it was bad. Where did I put that? Okay, there we go. Do I have the... I can't fill that. Okay. No, I don't like any of them. I don't like any of them. They're poorly optimized messes, and I hate them. I don't like them. They just... Okay. Might just be... Yeah, the rest are all miserable. Let me go to the progress waypoint. Okay. 16. Okay. What if I do that? Oh, that doesn't drain any durability at all. Holy shit, that's amazing. What if I... Oh! Okay, yeah, no, it does say placed from inventory, so that's why I wasn't placing anything, because there wasn't any in my inventory. That is insane, and I love this. Alright. Yeah, no, it's not even terrible optimization alone. The people who make the packs actually have no clue what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Angry, tired noises. Yeah. I just don't... I don't fuck with the ATM packs. I just don't. Like, I don't think I've ever once played an all the mods pack, because they just don't appeal to me. And then I learned more about, like, how they operate under the hood, and it's just... pain. Then again, with Heresy, I barely have room to talk. At least I try to put effort into making my shit work together. I mean, like, most of they were, like, what? Recipe changes? That's about it. How often do you run into bullshit in an ACM pack that crashes the game? Theurgy gets outclassed by literally every other mod that gives resources, as well as literally just going to find it. Yep, okay. So Theurgy is a mod that is required for occultism. It is one of the library mods for occultism, which is kind of stupid because it does its own shit too. It's supposed to be a tool for Modpack developers to add custom recipes for certain items, right? Like, it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, no, you can make fucking... liquid whatever the shit, you know? Like, in order to make, like, different items and things. The thing is, nobody fucking knows how to use it, right? And no one ever really uses it, because there's already mods that do what it needs to do without the setup. So... like, I've looked into Theurgy. It's a neat mod. In theory. In practice, it is... yeah, no, it's overshadowed by literally everything. There's no reason to have it. It does nothing. Not at base. And then... fucking... And if they are configuring the mod, then yeah, no, of course they fucking don't know what they're doing. They're fucking just putting Theurgy in there raw. Yeah, no, they're fucking idiots. Okay, they do configure them. Okay, but they configure them stupid. And we got some stupid style configs in here. I'm waiting here. Like, let's. They don't change recipes or anything. They just remove entire crafting trees. Awful. Horrible. Hate it. Like, that just feels lazy, you know? Like, yeah, no, we're not gonna fucking give you a properly balanced way of getting this thing. We're just gonna disable it. Fuck you. That's not good game dev, dude. You just obliterated a chunk of the mod list for no fucking reason. Sorry, no, you just obliterated the validity behind a chunk of the mod list. Actually, you need to use mechanism for this. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, okay. Mechanism is neat, in theory. In practice, it's just annoying. You just have to do the same shit over and over again. It's a tech mod, it's mostly integrated with other tech mods, but also don't like it. Like, it's okay. It has some neat utility. But between saturation and just kind of not fucking with it. Like, you see it in everything. Okay, the mana tablet is empty. The pickaxe is taking damage now. What? Get me out of here. They at least have it on create progression. A lot of packs, they don't understand the point of creating occultism. Create is one of those mods where if you include it in the pack, it is no longer a kitchen sink pack. It is a create pack with various non-created things in it. It ceases having its own identity and it just becomes a create plus pack. Like, I like the mod, but Jesus fucking Christ, not everything needs to be a create mod, you know? It's hater hour. It's hater hour. That's what's going on here. Don't forget, enters Cataclysm, which has nothing in the progression outside of a lot of optional content that you now just have to find. Yeah. Like, I like the bosses of that mod, right? They're cool. But, yeah, no, you're right. They're a pain in the ass to find. Where did that... Oh, it's back here. Of course it fucking is. One more packs, you don't have it because too many people are obsessed. I think it's... It feels like YouTuber bait, you know? Like, there's so much of create shit because that's just what people make videos about. And they're like, oh yeah, no, we want our Modpack to have a video about it, and which I get. Yeah, a lot of its mods are really cool, but a kitchen sink is not the place to make them shine. Yeah, no. You get that with specialty, more curated packs. Like, one that I brought up the other day was Project Sacrifice, which is blood magic focused. Well, for the first half of it, then you just go into kitchen sink, but so many mods that add structures to spread them out due to the spawn weight of the pool so stacked against them. Yeah. Like, I love blood magic. It is my favorite mod, far and away. I wish that it was more mainstream. I understand why it isn't, for, you know, various reasons, but still, shame. Thaumcrow still reigns supreme for me, lol, that and Ars Magica. Yeah, Ars is cool. Ars is cool, don't get me wrong. I really do prefer Thaumcraft. Older times Modcraft, they turned in Minecraft and other games using mods, and MC as a game engine pretty much. So, yeah, like, the kind of shit where, like, fucking, hold on, I'm trying to think of words. I swear to God, I've been having a lot of trouble with, like, talking properly as of late, or it's mostly just vulgarity and just I'm not right in the head. Okay, well that's gonna suck. Magic Bots have always a special place for me, and Create has really introduced me to tech. Yeah, okay. My introduction to tech, right, was being dragged along by Amanda by the scruff of the neck to learn the thermal series. That was my introduction to tech. Actually, no, that's a lie. That was my first waterboarding of tech. My first introduction was a random bullshit pack in 1.16 that a different friend gave me. That was the Here Be Dragons set, and that actually ended up becoming Heresy. Here Be Dragons is the earliest version of Heresy that I can actually properly trace. It was 1.16.4 cobbled together mishmash of things like Ice and Fire, Mechanism, Thermal Series, Blood Magic, Immersive Engineering, Apotheosis, Tinker's Construct, Biomes of Plenty. It had a bunch of random bullshit in it, right? No integration, no compatibility. It just, other than what mods shipped with, it was just pure raw bullshit, and I loved it. And that's really what got me hooked on Minecraft. And then I joined Tavern, and I learned about Thaumcraft, and I learned about the magic of... Actually, no, I did know a little bit about 1.12 prior, because through... I think it might have been Shingley or JC. One of them had a 1.12 pack running. Actually, the 1.12.2 pack. Fucking stupid-ass kitchen sink pack that runs like ass. One of them was running that. And I spawned in near JC's Thaumcraft Island, and he goes, okay, Tired, don't fucking touch this, you will explode. I was like, oh no, I'm terrified. So I go into my own private world. Right? I go into my own private world, and I start experimenting with Thaumcraft, because I'm like, okay, surely he's overreacting. Nope. I immediately summoned a Flux Rift and scared the shit out of myself. But after that, I started playing the 1.2 pack, or the 1.12.2 pack on my own. And just working on Heresy and all that, right? And then I got invited to the tavern, and then I started learning more and more, and now I'm here. And that was fun. I fuck with that. I swear to God, I have... What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about something. But yeah, no, I entered a thought of funding it in the Modpack on a friend's server and getting obsessed. Yeah. I didn't get very far into it on my own playthrough of 1.12.2 back. The only reason why I got very far into it on Tavern was because I stole a bunch of V-Cowers, cheated and shit. And, okay, I say it was his. I found it in a, quote-unquote ruined structure underground, which was really just a lore building that he made in creative. And I know for a fact it was in creative because it had shit like these, and you can't make these, the inversion pillars and the inversion pillar caps and things like that. Like, things you can't make. And there was a frankly excessive amount of runes everywhere, and it was just clearly cheated in. I didn't care at the time. I didn't really think much about it at the time. But, yeah, nah. But that's how I got into blood magic. And I started doing that, and then Xena has her whole arc, and then I just, yeah. First you made packs, you start the game on the moon. Or Twilight Forest. Greg, just wanna, okay. I give Greg Tech a lot of shit. And it's entirely unwarranted, right? I think Greg Tech is cool as fuck, right? It's just, I don't have the folds for it. My brain cannot comprehend. You need to be 50% Adderall by volume in order to understand advanced applied energistics. I say that, alright? I've said that before. I'll keep saying it. One, because it's funny, and two, because it's true. Alright. You cannot understand applied energistics if you don't have some kind of neurosis. Alright? Now, Greg Tech is what happens whenever you give applied energistics and a handful of other tech mods to people who have legitimate engineering and, like, metallurgic chemistry degrees and shit like that, right? And you say, okay, have fun, go wild, fucking... Congrats, buddy, you're going to Gregic hell. Greg Teppick's been having to give an autism. Yeah, unlimited funds, yeah. I think it's less, like, I don't think it's generalized. I think it's specifically, like, engineering degrees, you know? Like, there's a knowledge gate there. Pardon. Advanced AE2 is for science degrees. Yeah, computer science. Even with that degree, I can't understand shit. God, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. I think I was gonna grab more coal for the Endo Flames. And then I process it. I need to make more tanks with treated wood and all that shit. Hold on a sec. How do I make this? Oh, right. I need bloodstone tiles. Ugh. Fantasy A2 gives me war flashbacks to Factorio. Advanced AE2 makes me appreciate the diversity of the human experience. That being said, holy fucking shit. Like, quite honestly, advanced, like, immersive engineering confuses me and scares me. Right? Like, fucking Project Icarus type shit. I just use ours to Val when applicable. It's so much cheaper than most AA systems. Yeah, it's cheaper, but it also isn't nearly as flexible. AE is way more flexible than I ever realized it could be. Okay, I say flexible. It's more applicable than I ever realized it could be. It is crazy the kind of shit you can do with it. What is this? Okay, those are empty. Okay. Those are going to go in this corner then. Actually, I don't like that aesthetically. They're going to be stacked. There we go. Here we have it, folks. The combustible corner. You go over here with a cigarette, and the entire chunk explodes. Yeah, okay, it's not just cramming as much bullshit as possible into a singular block. It's not just that, and that's what makes it terrifying. Because it's automated crafting recipes. It's automated, like, literally everything. Like, you don't survive Greg Tech unless you automate literally fucking everything in Applied Energistics, right? Like, it is horrific the amount of automation that you need to do in order to survive that pack. But that's just the way that the pack works. Methane power production, we did not seal the system at all. Alright, I got the diamonds that I needed. Right, I needed to make more cutting fluid. Noises of dismay. I need 2, 3, 4, 5 redstone. 2, 3, 4, 5 gunpowder. I'm just gonna make 5 batches of this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm gonna make 6 because I can make 6 relatively easily because I just need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottles of water. Sugar, and then that means I need 12 wheat. Is that the right ratio of bullshit that I need? It's... yeah, 2 wheat, and then I need 6 bones, so 2 bones. Make 6 bone meal. Okay. There we go. I love automating, but I prefer doing creative stuff, which is one of the reasons I went to computer science, so uni will force me to learn programming when I was too lazy and asked to do it. It's also automated fluid and gas crafting with storage transport. I don't think it's add-ons. I think 82 just has native fluid crafting support, does it not? Or am I tweaking? Oh, god damn it, I need more coal sand. God fucking damn it. Okay, well, we're going back down there. Forgot about the ingredients for this shit. It might. I just automated things so I can do creative stuff. I know fluids are native now. I don't know about gases or power. I could have sworn, you know, on their website, which I've had to use for references, it says if added by other mods, that it has integration for that too. Then again, that was for the 1.20 version, so who fucking knows at this point. I've also not played modded MC for a bit. I remember you need A2 fluids for it. I do not remember. As I said, I don't play Applied Energistics. I look at it, I set up a singular little item, I set up a chest, essentially, and then I cry, is what I do. Okay, chat, don't kill me for this. I have enough resources to do this. It's just gonna take a long ass time, so what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna grab a fully charged version of this. There we go. Right, it's not the creative version, it will run out of power, but I really don't feel like having to wait for that. I am currently working on this pack, which is Heresy. The Heresy series of mods is what happens whenever you give me free reign and unsupervised access to the CurseForge and Modrith mod sites. I make a pack with practically no integration, practically no balancing. However, this version actually has that, because I am intending it to eventually be released and playable for other people to suffer through. Granted, I can't exactly guarantee a satisfactory experience, so it is currently in dev testing hell. That's what this stream is, and that's what the various... Ow, motherfucker. That's what the various Heresy streams are. There's a limited access to it in the Commissioner Discord, with the caveat of you have to fucking give me information of whatever you're doing in this thing. Right? Like, any kind of bugs or, like, config changes or anything that, like, needs to happen, or, like, feedback or anything like that, give. It is, yeah, deeply heretical. But I love it, and it is my horrible, abominable, like, plague creation. I've, for the most part, done all the testing that I'm gonna need to do for Bewitchment and Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft is like 95% tested. Bewitchment's 100% other than multiplayer bullshit, but I'll need to do that eventually later. 2 years of uni, I understand I should have gone into 3D modeling, not computer science. It was too late and pushed to the end and wasted my free uni education instead of what I should have done. Yeah, I honestly should have done the opposite. I should have gone into actual proper cybersecurity instead of, like, dicking around with software for 3D modeling. Like, I did some shit for software and game design for my first years, like my first 2 years. And then my third year, I went into 3D rendering and character design with a teacher who previously ran the architectural 3D design class and did not know what the fuck he was doing. So he was just basically having us build chairs, which was just the shit that he would have his architecture students do. He would just have us build chairs and shit like that and be like, yeah, this is definitely how you model a character. Which, no. But we were also using proprietary Autodesk bullshit because the school had a partnership with Autodesk. And I was like, just let me use Blender, please, for the love of God, just let me use Blender. I hate this. I hate 3ds Max. I hate Maya. I hate this. Let me use Blender, please, for the love of God. And I never got the Blender permission slip. No one ever got the Blender permission slip because the school wanted you to use the fucking bullshit. And I lost my license for it whenever I graduated, so it's not like I can even fucking brush up on my skills. Quite honestly, I learned more dicking around in Blockbench on my own than anything I learned in that fucking class. That's not the fault of the teacher, that's just the fact that the program that we were using just sucked ass. Like, it was just an unfortunate situation all around, man. It was rough. And this was during lockdown, by the way, so everything was distance learning, which is really hard. Like, how do you distance learn on a bad computer? Like, how do you distance learn for fucking 3D modeling classes on a horrible computer? Because Agni could not run any of the Autodesk shit that I had to run, right? She was not able to do it. And oh no, Bounder wasn't able to do it. At first I got Bounder for that, and she wasn't able to run it. Then I got Agni, and she was struggling. She was able to do it, but very struggling. A friend who's in cybersecurity who's lamenting not doing computer science. I distance learned from my culinary school for the first 4 months. I remember that. And you were absolutely fucking furious. You're like, how the fuck do you distance learn in a cooking class? Dude, it was so rough, dude. Sorry, I was ranting that entire time, so I missed what chat was saying. But luckily I didn't miss much. Yeah, ranting is fun, no need for apologies. Yeah, no, it's just that I missed chat was the thing. I think I missed a couple of messages. But yeah, no, exceptionally salty about things. Give me that. Put that there. What is the vitality network at? 102. Okay. Ugh. God. I still need... Right, no, I have that gold. Now I can make the higher tier... Not the gold, the, diamond. Story is complicated. I transferred from restaurant cooking technologies CS, and I had to close entire semester 15 classes. I had no idea to work with, including advanced math and C+. In a week. Awful. Torment Nexus. You were in the fucking Torment Nexus, dude. Been getting into cybersecurity myself, not gonna lie, not that it's a deal, but it'd probably be decent enough by my lack of knowledge about complex systems. Like, okay. The problem is nowadays, any fucking Joe Schmo can get in there because of AI. Like, culinary school taught me a lot of safety now. Like, if you pretend that you know enough about how AI works, the company's gonna fucking hire you. Or gonna look at you like you're a goddamn tech priest. And it's horrible, and I hate it. But that's how things are going right now. Culinary school taught me a lot about safety. The problem is I actually do what know about AI, yeah. Do phone work, mate. I feel that, yeah. But like, I hate AI on such a visceral level that I'm not even willing to pretend to entertain working with it. Fuck that noise. Goddamn steel rod. I researched it because I want to learn how to fuck with it. Yeah, fair. But still. Okay, hold on. Why am I not able to... Yeah, it's the lesser gem, and then... 240? That has... Oh my god, you're fucking with me. Really? Alright. Put that in there. That there. Then give me a tier 3 slate. I don't have any. Yay. Saw the fucking wood drop onto there. Hold on a second. I'm gonna grab a random amulet. I'm gonna dispose of it immediately afterwards. It's just that it's a pain in the ass in order to, like... Yeah, I'm just gonna grab... That's the empty one. Can I put that on? Yep, there we go. Nope. Fucker. Okay, if I just do this, eventually it'll... Empty. Is that empty now? Okay, we're good. We're done. And that's getting... Yoked. Alright. I was doing that shit crying in front of my PC and praying to the early AI programming to close all that shit. That's why I don't want to transfer somewhere else again. Stop myself from going too super tricky to make it implode. Wouldn't work in the long term. I can knock down the servers. I'm going into when no one person's not knocking down servers, unfortunately. Not anymore. I don't even think so back in the day, honestly. Like... Right. I need to make 2 for... Wait, no, 2. Yeah, no, I only need to make 2 more, okay. And that's gold, redstone, lapis, and glass. Has to be coordinated now. Even then, yeah, I think you'd still struggle, like... And by the time you knock out, like... some of it, then it's just gonna be back up somewhere else. Like, I hate the fucking doom and gloom about it, but also, it sucks ass, man. Does that need diamonds? Yes, it does. Fuck. Alright, well. And then I need to make the will gem, which requires that. Okay, nothing's up there. Alright, gem of will. Grab that. And then for the lesser soul pendant, I know. So for lesser soul, nope. I need the common soul. So I need another imbued slate and another block of gold. Okay. Then give me that. And we're gonna just top that up just in case. I don't know how much is in there right now. At least the companies are gonna disintegrate soon. Yeah, hopefully. Today I could trick doing the shit I want. Works intended for first try. Why did need code? Code tell you exactly what to do with the code. I wrote it. Alright, that goes there, 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 and that should be... How much do I need in order to upgrade that? 240. Okay, lovely. That's a tier 2. I need to wait till that's tier 3. And then... That requires demon slate, demon will crystal, and a weak blood shard. How do you even get a demon blood shard? I don't know. I don't know if that's actually integrated into this version yet. How do I get... Yeah. Nope. Weak blood shard. At this point, it's not clear if there are stronger forms. You can tell that this would be very helpful in increasing the power of your own soul network. Okay. Alright, and then put that there. Now we gotta fucking go kill shit. Down at the zombie farm again. Do I have another? I have another sword, but that's not really. It's only 520. Okay, let me see. I'm out of leather. Fuck. Alright. Loop line. Okay. Where are the horses and cows? I need to. I should drop vitality. I don't know why I keep making the amulets. The amulets don't even fucking work. Blood Arsenal is one that I'm squinting at. I don't know what that's. Oh. Granted holding lightning sigil, sigil, divinity, sigil, sentience. Blood Arsenal is one of the ones that I'm squinting at because its assets have kind of aged poorly. I don't even know what that does. Blood Arsenal, Animus, Abyssal Craft, and a couple of other mods. I am going to have to, like, hand make some better things. Probably just went way too far with it. 316, 0, 0. Okay, so 316 right now. Hold on a sec. My wrist is starting to hurt like a motherfucker. Specifically my right wrist. Chat, how long have I been streaming? Hold on, I can just check that. 3.5 hours. Avenues and consultation. I just dislike it on principle. Like, I've got legitimate reasons. My brain's scrunched right now. I don't like having a debate. Alright, is that... We're at 13... So 378. That can go there. Alright. Hold on, let's run back to the blood magic area right quick. Put that there. Brain, please, love of God. Function with me. I've got very, very loud rock music blaring in my ears right now, and I cannot think for the life of me. The music is not doing anything about that. I'm just saying two things are happening. Oh, no info in your native language. No, in the university at any idea what it was. Professors almost said I invented it myself. Ugh. Yeah. Ow, fucker. yeah, this is gonna be the rest of my day. Back down here. Does Iron Wall just prevent knockback entirely? How many levels of Iron Wall are there? I don't think it prevents knockback entirely, because it did force me out of here a second ago. But it definitely decreases the amount of knockback you take. Actually, let me go and put these over here, that way it'll be more organized. Fuckers. Come here. Oh yeah, I forgot about the carrots. This is the annoying part about blood magic. If you don't want to fucking run around like an idiot in the middle of the night, murderizing shit, it's just mob farm forever. Unless capitalism is destroying society, you know? Got sucked back in the world of darkness recently, specifically Mage. I've heard about Mage the Ascension. Like, a couple of my friends are really into World of Darkness, and no, you included now, I didn't know, but like, it's been a minute since I've done anything VTM. I want to, but honestly, I've been more into Lancer. Did you know what Lancer is? It's the funny mech tabletop RPG where they put Cthulhu inside of a robot. Yeah. It's less the content and more of just like, I just haven't been playing it. Yeah, dude, I fucking love Lancer. I made an entire like manufacturer. I've done the entire LCP. Like, I got sucked in crazy to Lancer. Like, crazy shit. I found the fucking Lancer RP community on Tumblr, and like, good 50% of my friend group is now that. Okay, he's just gonna ascend. Yeah, nah. Fucking... Let me... I want to rant about my guys. God, I want to rant about my Blorbos now. Can I rant about my Blorbos? Joined the subreddit a while back just to lurk there. I know, Redditor. Dude, it's fine. I don't give enough of a shit about that. Like... I fucking posted the Engineer Gaming pictures to r/feed the memes the other day, and I got told how to make it like 15 times better. So, you know, like, you joined the Lancer subreddit, you've seen the Vex memes, you've seen the fucking, like, ransom note memes, right? Reason why I call them Vex memes is, okay, I want to make a game, I do at least make something like a small D&D play around it. I don't fuck with D&D anymore. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just being contrarian, but I don't fuck with D&D anymore. Like, I know the system, but like, not my vibe. Also, my brain's more sci-fi than fantasy right now. But I know this pack does not seem like that, but it's kind of hard to do sci-fi in Minecraft, to be entirely honest. But like, I got into Lancer because of the Vex memes at first, and then I started writing some stuff on Tumblr. Pretty blasé nowadays. It's not just blasé, it's just in general, like, the culture of play around it's just kind of meh. Plus Lancer has different ways of doing things, and it just feels more hype moments and aura farming. I feel like you get that like every single time you're playing Lancer. I'm gonna ramble about Green Light first. The Green Light is like the Stig if he unfortunately never shut up. Stig doesn't talk. Green Light does, and it is a problem. But, guy who just goes fast. That his entire reason for existing is go fast. I just call every table over. You just. What the shit? I just witnessed some absolute madness. That fucking skeleton had a knockback 25 bow. Green light is what happens whenever you, knockback stack. Not just knockback stack, but speed stack as well. I took Nelson licenses. Nelson is like the fastest mech in the game. I took Kudaloon licenses, which is a homebrew manufacturer, and that mech's whole thing is a speed as well. And then I put it on an Everest, and the Everest is the starter frame, right? It's the first mech you get in the game. But, because of that, it is a generalist, and it also has some tools that allow it to fuck with the action economy. So, its whole thing is, I can move 36 hexes in a singular turn. And I have a weapon that scales damage based on movement. It deals knockback to self equal to half of that damage. So what I will do is I will sprint across the entire sit rep, punch a motherfucker in the face, and get thrown halfway across the map. And that's green light. Ah, motherfucker. And his mech is named Same Day Shipping to God. I also have my horrible, poor, pathetic catboy Ashton, and his mech slash, non-platonic partner, Thermi. Well, right now, Platonica, not gonna be that in a bit. Thermi is basically one of those Cthulhu shoved in a computer. So everyone will understand how it works. Shortest thing you can say. I don't know what you're talking about there, but like the Thermi's build is heat stacking, fucking around with Nuclear Cavalier and Heat Self, and the mech is called Thermally Challenged. I also have Public Display of Annihilation. That one is just missile spam. Giant robot Yowie, actually, but yes. Public Display of Annihilation is missile spam. Let me think. There's Thou Shalt Be Crowned in Flame. That one is a Turing Emperor that barely works. I typed too long to say that about D&D, like I say, yeah. But yeah, no, same thing, different parts. Yeah, no, the Turing is actually one of my own mechs. It's one of several for my own foundry. There's also a Sucker Punch Sweetheart, which is what happens whenever you... It's also a heat maxing build, but it's just punching someone really fucking hard in the face and then shooting them with a gun that makes them disappear. Not like red mist disappear, more like carving a hole of nothingness. Like, just black hole where there should be meat. Or metal. Sucker Punch Sweetheart is a Zhang Caesar build. The Caesar is another one that I made. Called the Go Away button. It's called the Displacer. It's a very fun gun. It doesn't actually have a firing sound. The sound that you hear whenever you fire the Displacer is actually the air filling the vacant space that was removed by the gun. It's a terrifying weapon, especially on its, like, source license, the Tokugawa, or God forbid, an Enkidu, which is the alt frame of the Toku. It is the delete button, essentially. Let's make a railgun that deletes people. Yes. I believe it's a line 10, and line in Lancer is literally just hexes, because Lancer's a hex game, so 10 lined up hexes of things that no longer exist. or things that have holes taken out of them. Get over here, you asshole. I haven't played PDA or Sucker Punch Sweetheart in a game yet. I've played Maris, who's the pilot of Thou Shalt Be Crowned, and then I've played Thermi, obviously. I've played Greenlight, obviously. You know how hard it is to make air cavitate? Yeah, it is a terrifying weapon. My favorite mech in the game, though, is the Pegasus, the Horus Pegasus, which is... Most other mechs in the game have a set appearance, right? Like, IPSN, or Harrison Armory, or Smith Shimano, right? They all have a set appearance, because they're makes and models, you know? Horus doesn't do that. What they do is, they look at a normal fucking computer, or a normal mech, or whatever the hell, and they say, huh, wouldn't it be funny if blank? And then they do it. Horus is essentially what happens when you give 4chan paracausality. It's horrible. Absolutely horrific. And they'll just dick around with it. Sometimes they'll make the fucking Zealot Muncher 9000, the Manticore. Sometimes they'll take a forklift and turn it into a thermonuclear bomb, which is the Kobold. Actually, no, that's also just the Manticore. They'll, sometimes just make a mech that refuses to die and edits the timeline anytime that it would die. That's the Lich. And then there's the Pegasus, which is my favorite. Tell reality how things should be. The Pegasus plays with probability. It doesn't roll dice. The Pegasus does not roll dice. That's its entire gimmick. Instead, you just take the average of every single roll. You are guaranteed numbers. There's a mech that just goes sumo Kirby mode and pile drives everything that's smaller than an Imperial Titan. So, funnily enough, it's one of the smallest mechs in the game, the SSC Atlas. Originally created as a kaiju hunting suit for the Spari peoples, its print code was lost whenever someone lost it drunkenly in a gambling game. No, it was lost to the Spari peoples, hold on a second, let me pull up the lore tab, because I know that it was involved. Hold on a sec, I know this. Compendium, licenses, where is the SSC Atlas? Here we go. Initially commissioned as a dueling mech by the Baronic House of Smoke and Order, the Atlas blurs the line between mechanized chassis and powered personal armor. Although the Atlas was initially licensed only to the Baronic clients, its design was leaked when a group of exotic material personnel lost a suit to Aspari Espada in an intense game of Kapat. Despite their initial attempts to recover the suit, SSC relented, citing the eager demand from the Spari peoples for access to the full license. The Spari are a group of extrasolar nomads. They live on an exoplanet filled with kaiju. And the Atlas, its whole thing is it grapples. And it attacks. And, hold on a sec. Giant Killer. The Atlas counts as size 1 for ram and grapple. It ignores engagement from larger characters and can freely move through and share the spaces they occupy, even if they're hostile. When occupying the same space as any character, it gains soft cover even from that character. Once around, when you take damage from a larger character, gain resistance to that damage and move 3 spaces in any direction as a reaction. There's also the fucking Jaggernaut system for it, which is literally just fucking parkour. You are essentially, like, choke slamming a kaiju. As in a size half mech, right? Is literally just a hard suit. It is literally just a spacesuit. You are the size of a person. You are like maybe 2 meters tall. And you are size 3 is 15 meters. And kaiju can get up to size 4. So you are choke slamming something that is easily 20 meters tall. 20, 30 meters tall. you're basically playing Shadow of the Colossus. Yes, a friend of mine made an Atlas build named Little Map. No, was it Little Map, I believe, or it was Kaiju Puncher. I can't remember. It was some aspect of that, right? It was a fucking Atlas bright pink boxing gloves. And they fucking fought a size 4 mechanical kaiju and fucking flipped it on its head like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. The other song, Heresy owner that die in the most ridiculous way possible. I'm sorry, what the fuck is going on in the Sonic fandom? Like, okay, actually no, I don't want an answer for that, but like, every time I hear something, it's always the most batshit insane bullshit. By the way, if you grab the synthetic muscle netting from the Blackbeard license and throw that onto an Atlas, alongside its frame traits, congratulations, you can now, like, ignore any kind of movement tech that any enemy would ever do. Fuck you. You're getting grappled, and you are getting thrown. But instead of utter, it just makes Kaiju die. Yeah, my favorite mech is the Pegasus, because it is one of those mechs, it's one of the Horus mechs, which means you can't tell it's a Horus mech until it starts doing fuck shit. Horus mechs are defined by pattern groups instead of, like licenses, or, well, there are licenses, but more, like, less like, you know, you can tell the generation of a Corvette or a Ferrari or whatever the fuck, right? It's more of like, okay, this thing exhibits the traits of a Pegasus, therefore it is a Pegasus pattern group. Anyways, about chat, the Pegasus manipulates probability, and, Fairy, a friend of mine played in a Pathfinder game who's part of the Mafia! Oh dear lord. Like, actually no, that lines up with the Fae. Alright, are we done here? No, because I gotta fucking fill up the other one too. We're about 2/3 of the way done here. Can you please get out of there? Pardon? I'm not gonna read that out loud on stream, but pardon? Get over here, you little shit. Fucking ankle biter, get out of the goddamn... Come on. Die. Alright. Dude, I don't know. RPG people are insane. Fair enough. But like, I find it hilarious of like, a Pegasus, right? You don't know it's a Pegasus until it starts doing fuck shit, right? For example, its gun, which you thought was an assault rifle, starts firing like a shotgun. Or a trace rifle. It's basically, okay, Jane, were you around for the crafting in D2? Whenever people made the fucking crazy ass Ahmed AR2s with the trace rifle patterns, or the micro missile patterns, or whatever the shit. Yeah, that's a Pegasus and Mimic gun. The crafting. Yeah. That's essentially the Pegasus and Mimic gun. Oh, the crafting was... So, with Witch Queen, they introduced a system called crafting, where you could essentially make custom weapons, right? Yeah, no, you remember that. Yeah. And that is what the Pegasus's Mimic gun does. This gun is not a gun. It just exists. Let me grab the description for it, because I love it. Pegasus, Mimic gun. Compendium entry. This is not a gun. This horrifying weapon has no basic form. It constantly contorts itself into different shapes, mimicking the weapons of its other combatants. It counts as all ranged weapon types simultaneously. but it cannot take mods or benefit from core bonuses, although it still benefits from talents as normal. At the start of combat, roll 3d20 and take notes of the results in order. X, Y, Z. X is its starting base range. At the start of each of your turns after the first, the gun cycles to the next result, taking that as its base range. After Z, it cycles back to X. The Mimic gun does kinetic damage equal to 1 plus half of its current base range. You may provoke the Mimic gun as a full action, rolling a new set of 3d20. It is a horrifying amalgam weapon that is constantly shifting form. Like, molten, you can picture it to be anything you want. I usually picture Pegasus to be meat mechs, right? Fucking, like, some Evangelion type shit, right? But you can picture it to be literally anything you want, like a sparking projection, or like horrible melted metal twisting it on itself. It says they're gonna make new characters every game. I've heard of this with the extremely cursed characters. I see. Like, the Pegasus is a horrific thing, and I love it. The Pegasus itself is notable because of its massive gun on its back, the Ushabti Omnigun. Which, as with many Horus pattern groups, the Pegasus fields a signature weapon system. The Ushabti, a hostile impulse anti-corporeal weapon that operates with a complete ignorance of even the most basic underpinnings of physics and thermodynamics. As such, it qualifies unambiguously as a paracausal weapon. The Ushabti's precise function remains unknown to Union and Harrison scientists, though radiological and gravitational signatures captured in the aftermath of the weapon's use point for its relationship with the Ionic firmament. Essentially, this thing is tied to, like, the outer, like, the other side of the universe of where it was first discovered. Right? It is essentially a black hole, that does not shoot you. The Ushabti's gimmick is that it cannot be dodged. It cannot be dodged, its damage cannot be reduced, but it does a flat 1 damage. Flat 1 armor-piercing damage. You cannot dodge this attack, because it never actually happens. You have just been shot with a bullet, but you have not actually been shot. Which, you know, 1 damage doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're dealing with things that have, like, 2 or 3 points of armor, and armor just reduces damage flat out, you're bypassing that armor. Your allies are struggling to chew through it. They might have resistance, they might have overshield, they might have armor, but the Pegasus does not give a fuck. The Pegasus just... Let me read this. Let me read its lore tab. Funny thing. See, right now this weapon technically doesn't exist. You're shooting them with a gun that isn't real, and yet it is. Don't worry about it, Raw's funny like that. Just, here. Know that because it exists at some point, we made it. That's causality. And causality is a funny thing. Your mech's Omnigun is a piece of experimental hardware so advanced that it defies physics. It doesn't require a mount, nor does it have a weapon type nor size, meaning it can't be modified or benefit from talents. You can't normally attack with this weapon. Instead, once around as a free action during your turn, you can use it to deal 1 AP kinetic damage to a character within range 15 and line of sight. This does not count as an attack, hits automatically, ignores cover, bypasses immunity, and its damage cannot be reduced or ignored in any way. No rule in this book or any other supersedes this. No, it just didn't fire. The gun doesn't exist. The bullet doesn't exist. And yet you're damaged. Your chassis is reporting damage. Nothing's firing. You don't hear gunshots. You don't see tracers flying through the air. And yet something is shooting you. It's not theoretically hits you. It hits you. Oh, you're taking damage. That's the funny thing about the Pegasus. Don't think about it too hard, or else you'll drive yourself crazy. And that's how Horus works in its entirety. It is horrible, telling reality to go fuck itself. Right. And this can manifest anywhere. So something theoretically hits you, but you were hit. Yeah. Theoretically possibly hits you. Doesn't matter if it actually did. You're taking the damage anyways. And it's going straight through your armor. It's going through a blade of shields. It's going through overshield. It's going through any kind of defense you can put up against it. It goes through walls. Ignores line of sight. If you are within... Well, each hex is about 5 meters. So, what? 15 times 20. So that's 60... If you're within 75 meters of a Shop the Omnigun, you are getting shot with a bullet. That doesn't exist. If you're within 75 meters of a Pegasus, you are getting shot. And nothing can stop that. As long as the Pegasus wants you shot, you're dead. Or shot, and then eventually dead. Over several impossible bullets. By the way, for your core power, each mech has a core power, like a core passive, and some have a core active. For the core active of the Pegasus, you're now doing 3 AP kinetic instead of just 1. You've gone from a spray bottle to a fire hose. Or rather, just a normal garden hose, but still. Ow. That's 3 AP kinetic damage that cannot be avoided. You are one-shotting grunts. Actually, you're doing that before you even, like, activate the provoke the shot beat, but, like, still. Terrifying. Alright, we're almost done in here. Then I can stop talking about Lancer and go back to actually playing Minecraft. I love the rule that it says no rule in any other book, in this book or any other, supersedes this. Like, as long as it's not written in a book. You could write down this mech is immune to your Shop the Omnigun on a piece of napkin paper. And the rule is technically true. Until you put the napkin into a book. Sorry, that's just Fey rules. That's not actually how it's supposed to work, but like... I just find that funny. Is that... Okay, they're all charged. Okay, 1024, 1024, 1024. Alright. We're done here. Alright. Let's get home. And sort through the hall of... Can I make these into blocks? I could've sworn I could. Yeah. Can the blocks be made back into rotten flesh? Yes, they can. Okay. Alright, those cannot be recycled, so they have to stay as they are. Pain. But no, that's the kind of fuck shit you get up to in Lancer. There's also things like the Manticore, which is, what happens to give a... actually, no, I'm not gonna mention that one around here. Essentially, the Manticore is a bomb vest. Like, it is a psychological warfare weapon. Like, directly stated in its description, it is possible that the kind of, like, signals that come off of this thing, they're filled with references to the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. Like, this thing is a psychological terror weapon. And it is bristling with electric spines. Because of the way that its reactor works, it creates so much heat and so much electricity that it has to vent it off of these massive dorsal spines. And you can force its reactor to explode. Like, the whole thing about the Manticore is that you're walking into a party with a bomb vest, and you are the biggest thing in the room. You know what, the thought of you getting hit by a non-existing weapon deal damage to your brain. That's how it kills grunts. Wonder how much HP a pilot has. Paracalls or armor could exist if they wanted to be highly situational. So, paracausality is actually kind of common in Lancer. Essentially, it just means that things don't follow the laws of physics. For example, you've got the True Black Aegis of the Napoleon license from Heresy Armory. Or any NHP. NHPs are non-human persons. Essentially, those are the, we shove Cthulhu inside of a computer, situations. But the true Black Aegis is, you coat yourself in liquid impossibility, or something like that. Hold on a second, let me double check this. Napoleon frame. True Black Aegis is a breakthrough in personal shielding developed by the Armory's think tank. Like the Armory's other NHP-derived technologies, the Aegis is a black box. Its code and inner workings are highly confidential and can typically only be requisitioned by pilots of high rank or standing within the Armory. Some cosmetologists pilots have described the appearance of the Aegis as similar to the void, or blindness they see when looking into blink space. It's safe to assume the device harnesses unstable blink field technology to manifest a thin bubble within defined parameters. It can only maintain coherence for a brief moment, but will be flickered on and off to create a total blink space dome. A shimmering, utterly black field quickly envelops your mech, covering it like a second skin. You reduce all damage to 1, except for damage that ignores reduction, gain immunity to all tech actions, including beneficial ones, and any current tech effects or conditions on you end. You can only use systems with the shield tag. Any other immediately deactivate. Systems that do not require activation are unaffected. You can't take quick actions, full actions, or reactions except for standard moves, grapple, ram, improvise attack, activate for shield systems, skill check, and boost. Cannot overcharge, and can't use comms to talk to other characters, because sound can't exit the shield. You are trapped in this second skin of the void, right? You are encased in this shell of black space. Nothing can get through to you. Nothing. Not your friends, not your enemies, not any code, not any signals, nothing. You are just a blob of space for a brief moment. Nothing in, nothing out. Exactly. Wait, is it the Toku? No, the Toku has the Annihilator. The Napoleon has the Displacer. My bad. When I talked about the gun that puts a hole in you, like, in terms of, like, a blank space hole, that was from the Napoleon, not the Toku, my bad. But still. Hold on, what was I gonna do again? It was... Suffer, right. Okay. Gunpowder, gold nugget, glowstone, redstone, okay. Gold nugget, redstone, glowstone, and gunpowder. Alright. And then I need... What do I put with this? A diamond sword? Yeah. Alright, and now we make the bound blade. This one's fun. The bound blade is a weapon that, kind of like the sentient sword, but, a little bit different. A little bit different. Welcome to the nothingness. Yep. The Napoleon is funny because it is another size half frame. It's another little guy. But it's funny because it's just called the Napoleon. It's one of the shortest mechs in the game. Oh yeah. This is what bound weapons look like. And zoop. They drain vitality to operate, but they pack one hell of a punch. Let me just go ahead and pop this in there and give it a bit of a boost. Yeah. Just exists because it exists. Alright, and then we gotta pop back down to the zombie spawner, back into easy mode, because I need to grab a couple of blood shards. Alright, I don't know what the drop rate on these are, so we might be here for a minute. Doesn't say, so. Ow, fuck. Yeah, acausal is just ignoring the rules of reality. Paracausal is specifically going against them, if I remember correctly. Or rather, the rules just don't exist. The demons are here. What do you mean the demons are here? The demons have been here. Get back here. Get. Can you fuckers please be kind enough to drop a blood shard? Please. Send your legions at me, Dave. Ah, I see. That's another one I want to check out eventually, but I'm a little bit too deep in the trenches for this to see it on the horizon. Can I please? Come here. One sec, family's being loud. I'm gonna need a mute. Alright, I think Chaos means follows other rules of world, the conventional rules of causality, like physics doesn't break other rules, so physics, wonder physics do that. Alright, 3 out of 6. Problem is, every time I activate and deactivate it, it starts draining will again. Yeah, from what I understood, paracausality is going from A to C without touching B, versus acausality, which is just going straight to C. Or C has already happened, without A and B ever being mentioned. Come on, work me here. I really need to fix this right there. Come on, fucker. Ow. You are a little shit. A causal is what breaks rules of both and works just because it does. Could have sworn that was bare causality. But, okay. Can I get... Fucker. 4 to 6. Well, okay. Let me think about this, cause like I really don't. Oh no, I do need the automatic medica. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no, I know I need 6. Okay, get over here. Skeletons are annoying. Five out of 6. Come on, hurry the fuck up. Hand's starting to hurt. Five. Okay, it's just a zombie villager. It's like, what the fuck is that on the map? Going from A to C using D, and energy from momentum when they causality is going to A to C without touching any point. Okay. Okay, still at 5. We're testing my patience. This zombie is actively drawing me. Still quicker than doing it manually. And I need demon will crystals too, which are annoying too. I mean, I could... No, because I need to run rituals in order to get that, which means I need to get more... Still at 5 out of 6. Come on, we're almost at fucking half stack of bones. Why is RNG doing this to me? Yeah, there, you asshole. Five. Ow, fucker. 6. If I kill this guy and he gives me a 7th, I'm gonna crash out. Okay, not crashing out, but... Right. I feel myself starting to fade. How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours. Okay. Well. Do I have any? Okay. Alright, and then... Okay, can't get there. Really shouldn't have put these down until I was done, but... Keep trying to jump up there and grab it. Current ideas of STLs are a good example of periodic causality. Doesn't break physics, passing feet of light. It spends space at speed faster and then can go faster. Huh. Alright, I just need to get the rest of the runes for this. Oh wait, no, is that tier 4 already? Ooh, I might already be at tier 4. Let me double check that. Tier 4, fuck yeah, alright. How do I make tier 4 blood orb? Okay, yeah, 40,000. So I need to fill that full 4 times. Really don't like the progress on that stalling, so... And there we go. Alrighty, how do I make the Demon Will bullshit? Demon Crucible. Alright, so Diamond, Lapis, Stone, Cauldron, and then Glass, Lapis, Stone, Hellfire Forge. Okay. Wow. Great job. Alright, I need Diamond, Lapis. No, so I need Lapis for the other one. Just gotta split these over. Okay, Lapis, Glass and Stone, Cauldron, Glass. Wait, no, that goes there. So then, wait, no, because the Hellfire Forge requires. God damn it! I don't have any stone on my person. God damn it! 1, 2, 3. Put that there. Make a block of iron. Then 1, 2. You go up and grab the stone. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 there. Make that. Put that there. Put the stone there. Okay. So. Did I fuck this up, really? Hold on. It's... Oh, wait, no, it's the stone with the cauldron, and then the... Alright, so that's the... Alright, so I need the stone again. I grabbed 1 extra piece of glass, whoops. Defeated Dave's legions. Oh, dear. Alright. F3G. Need this to be in the chunk, so... Oh, no. Hold on. How do I make the will gauge, the aura gauge? Oh. Okay, well, I guess I gotta fucking do this first. Crucible, crystallizer. Give me this. Nope. Not where I wanted that. I wanted that in here. 614. Okay, so that's grabbed as much as it can. And then this one needs to do its shit, I guess. Let me double check this. How does this work again? Demonkin. Entry on residence of the faceted crystal and the ritual master for more details. Okay. Crystal will then drain the well. It's contained to target gem to drain the well from the aura. So by applying a strong redstone signals to the crystal, and the contained gem will attempt to drain as much well as possible. So by powering it, it does the opposite. Okay, there's that. Consumes 80. And then whenever... Where is... The ritual residence of the faceted crystal can split a raw wheel crystal into its pure parts. Device able to obtain raw wheel crystals is a demon crystallizer whose entry can be found further down. Each of the 4 types represent the different aspect of one's desire. Desire to break down. Okay, so it doesn't tell me. Alright, well, lovely. God. This version of the book is a bit bad. Because it doesn't tell you nearly everything that you need to know. Future versions are way better about that. This one is more lore heavy. Your future versions of the book are going to be, future versions of Blood Magic, not just 1.12, but like 1.16, 1.18, 1.20, etc. They're way less focused on the lore of how the shit works and more of just the mechanics of how shit works. And like, I would like a mix of both. And I'm gonna have to do all the rewriting for Universal Donor. I'm gonna have to do all of the rewriting. Because I want to remake the book into more like its modern version. Because this current version uses the more old, outdated version of Patchouli versus the new one, which uses the more modern one. It also doesn't have cool renders of things, like Botania's does, or Bewitchment's does. Gonna have to do that. Have to dig into how they do it. But I have a feeling I can do it, because the libraries already exist. It just depends on me learning them. No, that is a lot of confidence in the self. Right. I think, though, might cut stream here. I'm starting to really feel the burnout. Like, my brain is just starting to just, you know? So yeah. Alright, we've made a decent amount of progress. We reached Tier 4 of the Blood Altar. We got Demon Will starting up. We've got Botania. As good as I'll ever fucking need it. But yeah, no. I'd like to thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you guys next episode, whenever and whatever that happens to be. Maybe tomorrow afternoon. In the morning I have an appointment, so I don't know, around like 1500-ish question mark, maybe. I'm not gonna solidify that. But yeah, no. Y'all have a wonderful night, and I will see you all next time. Where is the off button?